oder schon die schon abgehen hun oder
Stonnen.
Time to get defensive, mate. Seventh position.
Ja, und Tom sieht den Auto immens untersteuert.
Ja. Weg.
Hallo?
Ja.
Tom sieht den Auto geht untersteuern.
Er hat gesagt, den hat zu kämpfen. Ne?
Wie ist man da so geschrieben? Hast nicht viel Kleb auf der Strecke. Was kriegst du ja fort?
Ich weiß es nicht. Wir sind noch da, sind
Ja, ich will den Kopfhörer nicht dann auch dünnen, weil du kriegst Bölzfei. Ganz gut seit Jungs aber doch vor Zeit permanent gut Zeit.
Mhm. Ja.
Den anderen die können so no den nervt.
Ja, das ist klar. Viel zu hart iRacing.
Ja.
0.33.
Abhit da könnt noch.
Mhm.
Setzen wir mal bei denen an den Cockpit. Das ist der Lukas Heinz, den hast hier drauf vier Beimann, das war den dritten oder vierten, die wo die Ausgang war.
Okay.
Ah, das ist ein Querschgang, Idiot. Du machst viel kleine Fehler.
Ja, das ist auf die schnellste Strom gefahren. Die du, glaube ich, vorgehen hast.
Ja. Tom für 2 Stinten, ne?
Ah, 2, okay.
Ja.
Okay.
Guck wie dem. Laser, aber lassen wir endlich.
Ground lap was at 142.58.
Also die Jung 4 2 mal Cup, mit Menge Minuten den zweiten Account, der fährt am Jean.
Kann sehen.
So, lass
Oh,
fort.
lass
Ja,
fort.
das ist genial.
Ja.
Yes. Top.
Da kommt dann noch viel für die Runde.
Ah, das ist gut. Das ist gut. Aber
Na Leute, ein bisschen Luft hat.
genial.
Seht ihr, da fehlen sich doch viel von dem bisschen Luft haben drin. Ne?
Ja, dann sehen so. Das ist geil, ja. Oh, das ist immer gut. Oh, ist immer gut.
Gucken wir mal, wie weit den nur Steck gefallen lassen. Vielleicht länger damit.
Ja,
Nein.
das ist schon weit.
Die erste Gap
Ja,
noch
wenn
4.
du so pushst, nur
Ja.
1 Minuten fahren, dann
Ja, das ist schwierig. Ja, das ist schwierig, ja.
Super. Oh, ist das richtig gut. Mehr als kennst du die 24 Stunden durchführen.
Den Heinz, den auf Steck gefallen, Platz 23. Krass.
Das ist gut so, das ist gut. Tom und dem Gielen drüber bleibt, das wäre optimal. Jetzt guckst, sind da Feierstück für drüben, die 2000 Euro.
Ja.
Die Führer, ne?
Oh. Andere mee fort.
Wow, auch mehr Fusier.
P5's gone
Yep.
off in zone 5.
Tick-Tack, das ist fort.
TikTok.
Ja, der draufste.
Wie hast du beim Museum an Druck kommen? Ah, durch den Dreher.
Weil den Tom ein bisschen löst nach, den alles gut.
Ey, Feier eben, ey, das hat überlebt. Sind das noch viel für
Ja, das geht auch.
Feier 500 Stunden, das sind da. Das ist 125. Ne?
You've just done a 143.86.
Das ist der Krümelmonster drin, ja. Da machen wir schön Druck, du, ja. Oh, lecker.
Wenn die bremst spät, das ist das Problem. Und der Tom bremst frei, dann
Ja.
liegt einem immer am Druck.
Ja.
Guck, unseren PayPal, wo geht es? Tom so an den hast dran. Das ist am Boden. Den anderen nur da. Tom geht mir gesagt wie den.
So, Jungs, ich sind dann fort bis an den Campus, ja?
Ja.
Yes.
Stream schenkt schon ab.
Just keep it smooth. No
Okay,
mistakes.
hey, ciao.
Bring mal ein Stück Schokolade machen.
Ja, genau.
Allez, ciao.
6th place. Sector 1 is 0.5 off the pace. Ahead is increasing. It's now 0.8.
Mark, ich meine, die du kriegst mir nicht gehabt.
Nee, ich denke nicht. Mit vor Jahren noch. Jetzt sind auch 23,5 Stunden, also...
Ja, die 23 Stunden kein Wunder.
The gap behind is now 0.6.
Ah,
There's got to be a chance here. Keep harrying him.
Du hast die Ferrari aus dem Wand hier. Also gut weit.
die wohl einen Fehler gemacht haben, du bist
Ah.
zu weit raus.
Jetzt er bremst viel mich spät wie den Tom.
Se awer krass dus 4 Ferrari 400 just de BMW.
Ich fand da keine Überrunden da, ne?
Nee.
Ja?
Nee, es war noch keine Überrunden da.
Was das Übersteuern schon mal? Ne, innersteuern das 4 River. Ja,
Sehr rüber,
okay.
ja. Ging doch so viel raus. Guck mal, du hast schon mehr raus mit Jordi. Und der andauert die raus. Du bist schon mehr.
Ja, mit der Steuerung rausgehen und dann noch am Rad kommen. Ich habe nur geguckt, dann die von den Ohren, das war noch gut.
Ja, mein Gott, ja, das Ding ist ja.
Die Küste ja schickt ein Kilogramm raus. Ne? Das kannst du machen.
That lap was at 142.47. Come on, pass him already.
Gehst du für so 5 da?
Ja, so gehen 45 vor, ja.
Auch 2 Stück.
Guck, wie ich packe. Das Problem ist, ich meine, der Fries, der muss um 7 fort. Oder ab 7 kann der nämlich fahren. Ja, da musst du da noch fahren, dann fährt er nicht spät.
Ja, das ist egal.
Ja. Ich gucke nur noch bis Boxenstopp nur und dann raus stehen und dann Blackball und so. Das ist gut.
Ja, das sind ja noch ein Kampf. Das ist halt 20 Stunden auf dem Stuhl. Also.
Ja, das zählt. Ich werde das Ding noch gehen mal aussteigen.
Wenn ich aus dem Boxenstopp, wie viel Tier sind wir da schon nicht gefahren? Und die 30 schon.
Bei euch steht estimated laps nach 5 laps. 14 Liter.
Aber mit meinem Fall ist aber 17 Liter. Ja, noch was. 6 Laps.
Was gleich?
P6.
Am GRT.
Time to improve it. This is good. We need to be in front of this guy.
Ja, da fängt sie schon an, dass der Fries noch mehr fährt. Um Tom.
Ja, mir ist egal. Also ich fahre just nicht nur 4 Uhr oder nicht. Bis 10. Da habe ich abgeschrieben und das bleibt auch so. Das ist mir egal.
Ich kann nicht bis 4 Uhr morgens. Ja gut. 4 von der Woche morgens muss ich fahren, weil um 7 sind ich nicht mehr da. Ich will so ein vorbei sein.
This guy, could you not know how to get around him?
Den Fries.
Last lap time was 1:42.45.
Nee, der Fries.
Ja.
Tom hat schon Luft haben drin.
Tolli.
Ja. Ja, hast du gesehen, was Christian da geschrieben hat?
Ja, ich hab gesehen. Also mehr als egal, ich kann... Ne.
Nee, du bist schon nicht abgekriegt. Ich kann
So.
den Bereich wieder.
Ich so, mehr als egal, ich kann auch nur Tom fahren.
Wie
Hallo?
kannst du nur mir nicht mehr, oder wie?
Aber ich kann von 7 bis 4 mal morgen nicht.
Für 7 Noven.
Ja, von 9 7 bis mal morgen 4.
Ui. Ui, ui, ui.
Ungefähr, gell? So
Ui,
bis
ui, ui.
halb 8 kann schon noch fahren oder halb 4.
Das ist, wenn ich erst den Blog fahren,
Ja,
dann kannst du nach fahren. Wenn
ich
da
muss
zwei
dann noch
fahren,
können fahren, ja. Ja.
Dann haben wir was im Mandat, ne?
Ja.
Es ist mehr als egal, ich muss auch noch nicht damit fahren, gell? Man muss gucken, dass Steve sein Stint bekriegt, gell? Weil er das meine Video.
Ja, mir fehlt dann nicht, ja.
Ja.
Ich kriege.
Steve sein Stint bekriegt, gell? Weil er das meine Video. Ja. Ja, das war ja auch eigentlich anders geplant, gell?
Ja.
Aber, ich bin länger mit der Kanner. Und ich kann nicht kurz fahren, wenn die zwei Klänge länger. Ja, das war ja auch eigentlich anders geplant, gell? Aber ich bin länger mit der Kanner. Und ich kann nicht kurz fahren, wenn die zwei Klänge länger sind. Ne? Das geringste, was du hast, muss ich am Box fahren.
Mit den Dingen ist auch nicht dabei, meine ich, den Oven, den
Tom, nee.
Nee, den Schmied. Den Tom auch nicht.
Den Tom auch nicht, nee.
Steve, wir müssen lang fahren.
Wie, der Tom auch nicht?
Den Tom, nee. Nur ein Leute.
Oh,
Den Tom auch nicht, nee.
Oh, na.
Steve, das kann ich alle nicht.
Den Tom hat nur ein Leute.
Der Mark fährt auch nicht Hand.
Ich fahre nicht
Zing
von
aus.
4 bis 10. Das habe ich geschrieben, schon den besten Dünste. An den Planer gedroht, und das bleibt auch so. Das ist sicher. Nicht fahren, an nicht spotten. Das schlafe ich.
Von der Schweier steht noch am Nähen.
Nee, das ist klar, das bleibt so. Nee, der
Nee,
Rest ist mir egal.
Wenn es nicht anders geht, ich kann noch so ein Heisch von einem 2. Gell? Das Risiko besteht eben, wann kann er wirklich gehen und das ist etwas, da muss ich nur den Kanner gucken. Ne? Weil das geht für mich schwer, den mal lädt.
Ja, nee, das ist ja klar. Das ist selbstverständlich.
Okay, wir dürfen ja wollten mal ja Plan machen. Da ist schon nie ein Gesicht.
Clear right.
Verstehst du? Schreibt der Jean. Hallo, während der Kurs fängt Schied wieder, du kannst nicht.
Nee, nee, bei mir am Plan steht das zwar.
Ja, wie mir das ohne Schenker Plan gesehen.
Aber das ist ja gedrohen.
Nee, der Christian hat mich auch gedroht. Ich so, das
Also.
den ganzen Tag. Ich so, mir ist egal. Ich kann wie der will. Ich bin da frei, ich bin da nicht aufzupassen. Ich kann
Ja.
ganz gut hören.
Wir kriegen das so hin.
Hallo, 400 Kurs in 2 Stunden, das ist nicht so viel für jetzt gar.
Nach mein war schon
Okay.
bekannt.
Ja,
Ich-
so,
ja.
nee, ja, mit vom Christian, das wusste ich nicht. Voilà, wir für 2 Stunden du geschwatzt, und morgen gefragt, wo hast den Plan? Komm nicht, wir gehen da oben. Irgendwann ist der Plan gefragt. Den hast du nicht kommen. Da so mal den Tom Piet, du noch von nicht. Voilà, präparierst dich, du warst schon voll dran. Aber wenn mal währenddem du Tom Piet gedacht war, wenn mal, ja, ich kann doch nicht. Das ist okay Problem, hat nicht. Wir werden das dann nicht schon gestern geschwatzt.
Dat ass Göster geschwaart gin.
Stay close.
Ne, ich glaube, bei mir ist ganz einfach.
Ja, ich muss sagen. Wir werden das dafür so gesucht gehen, ich will nun kommen.
Ja, das ist so nicht, dass ich gut nicht
Ja,
habe.
wir sind dann eigentlich geschickt.
Ja, das ist lieb.
Ja,
Ja,
du
mir
machst
macht
jetzt
die
die
Schnaps
Steuer.
auch.
The lap time was 1:43.01. The car behind is pitting now. The gap to Harrison ahead is now 0.
Und kommen.
Okay,
Hinten. Und davor nicht.
okay.
Das ist gemacht.
Ja.
Und da muss man gucken. Muss nicht nur wissen, wie die das Tommerem da ist.
Ja, Liesches denke am Dinge, wenn du willst, am Group Low Grip Runs. Das darf man nicht vergessen.
Ja, das hat.
Das ich am Group geschrieben habe.
Ja gut, das muss ich noch wissen.
Das war auch gesucht, wie viel drin.
Ja.
Das ist nicht schlimm.
Keep the pressure on.
Ah, ja,
Don't
okay.
just this one.
Aber ich gehe noch im Trick bei den Tom.
Ja,
Jetzt, dann fährst du hier nur, ne? Ich komme das Spotten, alle.
Ja, im Moment.
Alle, wir
Bis
wollen.
dann.
Kommt
Jo.
raus. Ciao.
Ja, ciao.
nächste Facebook-Feed. Oh, da geht schon hin am
The
Kopf.
gap behind is now
Versteht nicht.
Ja, bei Andi Ross.
Das lässt?
Ja,
Aber ja, das ist so, ich wusste das nicht.
naja.
Ja, aber das sind Fehler, weißt du, die müssen nicht 22 Stunden. Dann
Ja, wir haben.
probierst du das irgendwie vier uns zu klären. Nee. Ich habe nämlich gedacht, die Kiste werden nur verdammt.
Ich wollte da doch nicht so hin mit das guck, das ist so viel mehr einfach wenn du weißt, ich fuhre nur enger und dann da kannst du vier bereden.
Weil genau, ich sehe nur
Das
vier
ist nicht
Minuten
Minuten.
zu fahren. Voilà.
Wat bin mele mit dat das mir dann egal. Ich fuhr eng und ich fuhr mit um 10 enke an en enger an mit. Da we ich dat mir so du wisst du dumm. Ich de Plan as den Toppen fir den Dëbelstint, dat ich lo nachreen, danke nachreen, dat fir fri.
Genau.
Okay.
Auf vierte Fries und auf Englisch, ja. Die Stadt gibt. Feierauer, von der Mauer. 7, von nicht um 7.
Geht 7 Auer. Geht 7
Ja.
Auer.
Du ning.
Und ich Ning. Ja, dafür, ich bleibe nicht bis Ning sitzen.
Three cars pitting.
Nee, schon nicht.
Das geht nicht. Ne? So, den Tom kann auf Box.
Careful, pit speed limit. There's a car leaving the
Ja.
pits. Gauge limiter. Box in 390 meters. Meters. 50 meters.
Hast du gesehen, als Boxen, also
Ja.
Boxenhalter ist auch weit fair.
Ja, das ist cool.
Was man da doch. Die ist das mal länger Stunde durchgegangen, ja? Also.
Nee, just nicht.
Weißt du, man bei
50 Minuten, nein, das geht nicht gut.
Pit exit's clear. Push.
Top. Könnt ihr mal 7 raus, genial.
Ja, den Dingen hast du direkt von drunter. Das Krübelmonster ist direkt mal draußen.
Ja, wird nicht der Aufstand. Nicht ein bisschen.
Ja.
Eine Lorem und den Gele Rücken, das wäre gut.
Wenn du uns Jungs auch nicht gewesen, ja.
Nee, die von Double stehen.
Wenn du bestimmt wieder.
Ja, Schmenge muss man auch.
Ja, muss man zwar nicht andauern. Der Rest gesehen, der dann noch.
Ich froh, nur du bei Swiss Airways, ob ich mal Rick kann man dann Flieger will.
Ja.
Schon 12 Stunden Zeit.
Sehen wir dann noch drin. Dann kriegen wir da mal einen Strich.
Ja. Ja, das da drin steht, das ist immer wichtig. GRT, die Blau.
Let's make sure we can take them.
Das ist den 4. Mann da
Am Dröhnen, den ist gedreht, der Ferrari.
Oh, das ist gut, den hast Krümmelmonster.
Ja, Krübelmonster ist gedreht.
Den hast fort. Ah, gut. Ich war da ein Wetter, da was ein Mann ins, das ist den Tritt, weil ein Mann am Bord ist.
Harrison in. The gap is
Ja, der Droger
2.0
Space,
seconds.
du weißt, du selber.
Den hat die schwierigste Aufgabe, so.
Klar. Ja, das.
Just Druck, dass da eine super Position da hat.
Ja, ja.
Alle. Das ist der nächste. Ich bin mal, das ist so.
Ja, auch darüber denken, dass du vorher noch Rahmen hast.
Ja.
Weißt du? Das läuft
Ja.
gut durch.
Diese Hunde, das Internet fehlt.
Das ist nur genau eine Stunde.
Bei den 4 Runden gedreht. Yes.
Ich mache nur mal ein Foto aus dem GRT, das ist genau eine Stunde. Und dann vergleichen wir das mit nochmal vom Resultat. Das gesehen, du hast.
Ja, mein GRT sind mehr 5. Da muss man
Is now 10 seconds.
Ah, nee, einfach mal gut, ja, neue Jungs hochkommen, weißt du.
There's a car rejoining in front.
So, Steve, es sind raus, ich will noch mein Ding neu auf und dann,
Ja, schon mal ein bisschen etwas zu machen.
naja, wir sehen uns nicht mehr, das ist noch.
Yes, bis gespannt.
Ja.
Ciao, ciao.
Salut.
I'll let you by on the straight. No need to flash me on corner entry.
You've just done a 143.34. Behind us now, 8.0. Front is now 10 seconds. That last lap was at 143.11. Car left. Still there. Clear left.
Thank
Ja,
you,
wollt
Steven.
opmachen. Ja, wollt opmachen. Du, weil du bist schnell gegangen. Ja.
seconds. That lap time was 1:43.07. Good consistency. Keep them coming. It's getting closer. The gap's now 9.8. Sector 2 and 3 are fast. Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace. The gap in front is now 10 seconds.
Bei dem Eis hat aber so Fuß mehr Bobin, ja. Die ist das ja. Boah, das ist schon ausgestaltet, ne, wie es denn an tanken. Behind is now 10 seconds. The gap in front is now 10 seconds.
4-0 off the pace. Car right.
Thank you, Alex.
Clear right. The gap ahead is now 11 seconds. Sector 1 time was good. Sector 2 time was okay. Sector 3 is a 10th off the pace. The gap in front is now 11 seconds. Left side. Still there. Clear left. Turn 1. Incident in turn 2. The gap ahead is now 10 seconds.
Jo,
Ja, an wie se
Super.
streng no guck mé seit Dich gut aus ne, wat
ja,
seid ihr
ja,
macht?
fir rich konstant an de Grimmer soll
Super.
gut op der Streck soten. Den der Steier ass viel
Ja, ja,
fir rich konstant an de Grimmer
Ja,
soll
dann
gut
logisch
op der
zwei
Streck
Inseln,
soten.
wir hatten da
Von der Steuern ist viel, viel besser.
Dem Gedessen zum Umfang war den
Ja.
Kopf von anderen an.
Ja, also rache 7
Ja.
Ings pro 2 Stinten, da lässt den nach 100.
Ja.
Ja, also rache 7
Am
Ings
Schnitt.
pro 2 Stinten,
Ja,
da
am
lässt
Schnitt,
den
ja.
nach 100. Also Ninger,
Ja, perfekt. Ja, das ist viel.
ja, pro 2
Schnitt.
Stinten, gell? Das ist 3
Das
pro
ist
Stint.
ja.
Weil es sind 29, ja, pro 2 Stinten, gell? Das ist 3 pro Stint. Boxe stoppen.
Aber das
sind,
kann man nur mal
29,
verschiedene Sachen noch hinzukommen.
Dinger, Boxe stoppen. Aber in Thomas ist auch ultra konzentriert, ja. Ultra konzentriert. Den Thomas auch ultra konzentriert, ja. Ultra konzentriert.
The gap ahead is now 10 seconds. That lap time was 1:42.65.
So, da sind wir.
Jo.
Also, Marc,
Natürlich.
also der Marc, du, stehst du, dies,
Ja,
du
Thomas
hast,
ist immer noch zwei hinten, Ösch.
das ist egal,
Ja, mehr ist doch egal.
das ist egal, nicht von 7, 19 Uhr,
Bis 04.
4 Uhr. Ich kann mir da, du bist noch mal gerne Plan, das nervt mich.
Okay.
Der Marc ist nicht von 4, von 4 Uhr 00 bis 10 Uhr 00. Okay, den Tom, ist das?
Ah, und Thomas erst von den Oben, das ist weg. Schwenken ab 7, das ist weg.
Nicht von 19 bis,
Keine Ahnung, bis gleich 15.
okay, von her noch.
Ja.
So, das heißt, wie viel haben wir gefahren? Wie viel hat Kurs so gefahren? So eng Stunde 35 am Gang. 4 für 3.
4 für 3 ungefähr, ja.
4 für 3. 14 Uhr von der 40 bis 50 Minuten als gefahren gehen, ne?
Ja, plus minus.
4 auf 3, 20 auf 3.
Ja, aber der Plan geht nicht ab, weil du fährst mal länger und mehr, eng und
Ja, plus minus einfach.
plus minus, ja.
Komm. Voilà, und da 50 Minuten sind ein Kehr, da geht 16 Uhr, da geht 16 Uhr 10 wärst du fahren.
Ja.
Ja, ist das so? Nee, 16 Uhr. Doch, 15 Uhr
Ja,
20 bis 16 Uhr 10.
Man denkt, muss stimmt, ja.
10 Uhr 20, dann ist Tom um 16 Uhr 10 fertig. Du um 16 Uhr 10 bis 17 Uhr.
Ja.
Das ist dann in der Weg. Okay, und dann 17 Uhr bis 17:50. 17:50 nach du, ne?
Ja, dann müsste die kommen.
Und dann 17:50 bis, da sind wir ja noch richtig, ne? 16 Uhr 10.
Ja, im Prinzip schon.
The gap in front has increased. It's now
Noch
about
50 Minuten, da sind wir gerade 10. Das ist 18 Uhr 40. Auch wenn das schon mal sicher. Dann 18 Uhr 40.
Ja, vorher ist es fest 40.
19:30, ja, das Problem okay. Macht normalerweise.
Okay.
Fahrer. Spotter. Beim Tom was tut. Fries. Bei dir sind nicht dann oder wer oder dem Tom, egal.
Ja, das können wir gucken.
Voilà, 19:30.
Wenn Tom noch will, kann einer mehr, wenn hin Pause will machen, kannst du doch mal.
Ja, 19:30 bis 20:08. 20:08 bis 21:10. 21:10
times pretty
bis
consistent.
22 Uhr. 22 Uhr.
Ja, mehr als der just wichtig steht, wo mich Spot, das ist nicht allzu viel geschwärzt wird. Auf der Riete kannst du mal etwas mehr so ein, mehr bei den Kehren, also ich brauche doch voll Konzentration.
Ja. 22:50 bis 22:50 überlegen wir 10, 23:40.
Ja.
23:40 bis 0:30.
Ja.
0:30. 1:20, ja, und das schreibe kannst du schon evaluieren. 1:20
Mal
bis
2:10.
10.
Und dann 3 Uhr. 3:50 Uhr.
Ja.
4 Uhr.
40.
35. 26. 17.
Aber ja, nach een.
Acht.
Okay, lass mal stopp, weil wünsch mein Blatt ist voll. Schreiben wir das Tolo mal ab. Dann gucken wir noch mal die Jungs, wie sie wollen fahren. Dass wir das Tolo mal hin.
Mhm.
Ja, 53. 44. Das
The
ist
gap in front is now 10 seconds.
20 und 17. Voilà. Ja, ich denke, ich muss auch ein Double. Zeit, ne?
Mhm. Ich denke noch, dass du ein Double musst führen und dann du ein Doublen. Mhm.
Ja.
Und da sind wir mal
Ich denke
noch,
noch, dass du ein Double musst führen und dann
Noven spät
Wer
Noven.
fährt
Doublen.
morgen einfach? Fertig.
Ja, und da sind wir mal Thermo schon sicher, ob da gewonnen mal sein. Also
Schmieds.
Noven, bis mich spät Noven.
Schmied.
Ja.
Voilà. Und da muss man gucken, ab 22 Uhr 50 Uhr da machen. Ne?
Ja.
Das Problem ist, du kannst nicht mehr, da kann ich just nach die drei, die schon gefahren sind. Das ist mir vorhin ziemlich ganz noch haben wir den einen.
Ja.
Der macht voll ab da nicht mehr. Das ist mir dann 1, 2, 3 Stinten zu fahren und da kann der Markt nicht mehr.
Maar du mag Christian, du mag Christian.
Boah, leck mal Marsch.
Ja, maar du is aber dan. Du mag Christian, du mag Christian.
2 Stunden nicht mehr, das ist egal.
Ja, maar du is aber dan über 2 Stunden Pause.
Ja, aber ich muss aber auch Spotter sehen. Voilà. Und dann ab 4 Uhr, ab 3 Uhr 50 passt du da, oder wie? Nee, den Tom da.
Ja, ich kann auch ab 3,50 Stunden lösen.
Ja, oder den Tom muss anspannen. Nee, ich muss schon da fahren, egal wie. Nee, Thomas
Weil
ist da.
Der könnte das ja auch nur klären, wann ich fahren. Menge Zeit kennt er, wie ich kann, wie ich nicht kann.
Ja.
Ja, dann muss
Fries,
ich.
und dann aber, voilà, dann aber, da muss man gucken. Also schon los. Tom, Fries, Steve, Mach, Schmieds, Steve, Mach, Schmieds,
Ja.
und Tom. Und dann du.
Ja.
Okay, du gehst mal den Morgen dann um 6:20 Uhr bis 7:10 Uhr.
Ja. Ja, das kriegen wir hin.
Voilà, ich bin dann um 0:30 Uhr schon fertig.
Mhm.
Ja, dann geht das blöd, dass ein Tom da nicht mehr kann fahren. 10 für 11 bis 0:30 Uhr. Ja, das wäre besser.
Ja.
Nee.
Ja.
Muss mal gucken. Und dann geht der 1 noch. Ab 37 muss der 1 gehen.
Ja, du gehen wir also rein.
Das mal lo mal. Du hast schon im Schiedfrieden da, ne?
Ja.
Voilà.
Ja, just du nicht, du warst ja an
Ah, ja,
Vakanz.
ja.
So, ich gehe aber bei den Tom zurück.
Ja.
Und dann.
Ich meine, das war am Computer stecken da draußen, dann geht das
Ja.
raus. Dann guck mal, dass wir da irgendwie kommen.
Ja.
Man kann nicht, wenn das machen, wie will.
Ja. Weil nicht noch für 5 Runden Spritlo. 5 oder 6 Runden. 6 Runden.
Okay. Ah ja, dann mal der Best. Und
Ja,
dann
man, nicht.
feiern wir es.
Ja,
Ja,
nice.
just so, Tom soll ja noch mehr just so, noch bist du soll Spot kommen und nicht, ne? Soll ein rüberkommen.
C'est bon.
Merci.
Bis
Ciao.
nächstes. Bis dann, ciao.
Ja.
Right side. Hold your line.
Thank you, Martin.
Hold your line. To the right. To the tip. Turn 2. The gap in front is now 10 seconds. still there. He's still there. Clear right. Your last lap time was at 1:42.59. Is now 10 seconds.
Okay. Na, der Steve wird am Mod dann okay geschrieben. Ja, das ist gut so. Dann nicht so her nun, also nicht steckt zufrieden. Ja, nee, das ist doch nicht mehr wie 7 nun. Ja. Ja. Ich spreche aber bis du wieder an den Flow kommen, ne?
Ja,
Bonjour.
salut.
Bonjour.
Ich will erst mal Kaktus ran.
War das Mehrzahl für Kaktus?
Kakteen.
Kakteen.
Nee, Kaktussen.
Kaktus.
Kaktussen, das waren zu 5 Blondine bei denen ist.
Du musst nur Discord, Stream haben.
Also alles an der Reihe.
Zu spät gesagt.
Also nicht schlimm, nee, alles gut.
Was ist schön dafür gefahren?
Ja, alles gut.
Warte, schieß auf die Streit, du verlieren wir ein bisschen.
Ja.
Ja.
Stapel, ne?
Das wird auf 12, für du weiter beziehen.
Den dritten.
Ja.
Also, Mensch, ja, die weiß mal Platz. Ja, die sieht ein bisschen sehr, das ist schon bloß die rote Runde drin.
Ach so, war mehr so kommen. Ja, das ist richtig, ne?
Ja, schon ein Top-Resultat. Aber sind noch 5 Stunden, ne?
Sind noch viele Stunden. Und sind da schon viel out, hä?
Und
Oh, oh. Maar ja. Oh, frek. Ab Platz 37, schon 6 Runden an dran.
aber die fuhren aber noch.
Ja, sie fahren noch. Die letzten 47 Runden an dran. Das sind noch viele.
Ja, sind wir nicht bei rund 7 auf
What? 62 mal.
Ah, okay. Oh, ich
Ich
hoffe,
will vergessen, dass da ein bisschen als Sätze bleiben, Herr, rund 47.
ja, das soll wieder ausgleichen, wie viel als nächstes?
Maar ich finde als nächstes. Und
Okay.
Tom Hesbot möchte den ersten Stint. Dann könnt den Steve ran, Hesbot möchte dann den zweiten Stint und dann noch für den Steve.
Okay, das ist gut.
Der Steve hat Englisch gemacht.
Ja. Ja, aber das fand ich so, ich habe ein ganz nicht gemacht. Oh,
Ja, nicht,
das ist
nicht
Kopf
so gepostet. Nicht so gepostet.
Ah, top, das ist gut. Das.
The gap in front is now 7.5 seconds.
Acht Liter.
Mhm.
Das ist, was da man dafür ranzukommen.
Yes.
Ja, dann meine ich mal alles Partei.
Ja. To de Plower aus.
Ja.
Last lap was a 143.06.
Ferrari auch noch ist die Spur noch Benzin, ne?
Ja, ja, den hast du überrundet, ja.
Ach so, okay.
Ja, ja, den hast du überrundet. Der bleibt schön mit schon drin. Von denen, die 4 hat mehr eine halbe Sekunde mehr sehr, wie ihn eigentlich kennt fuhren.
Ja, Slipstream.
Also bleibt ein anderer, ne? Hallo, können wir den her, den an der... Den am Bastop voll an Teise gegangen war, wo mich nur ein Handel gesehen hat.
Super kaut in dabei.
Ja, den die Luft für uns ist kaut. Aber sonst bis so weit, einer muss noch gehen.
Yellow flag, keep your wits about you, mate.
Wir haben die zweitmeist Inks bis lo.
Ja, laut GRT, ne? Aber
Ja.
wir wissen, ob es stimmt, da wisst ihr,
Ja.
dass
Ja,
das
7, gell?
Ja,
Ja,
ja. Die Fiona ist den bei mir auch gewesen auf 13.
bei mir mal 10. Also dann hat er.
Ja. Könntest du lo ran oder fährst du eng? Eng kannst du eng, ja?
Eng, ne?
Ah, doch 6,2 was.
Ja, ja.
Ja.
So, fährst du drauf oder bleibst du denn? Fährst du drauf oder bleibst du denn? Fährst du drauf oder bleibst du denn?
Ah, doch
Ja, die einzige
6,2
Kiste,
was.
was man ganz vergessen.
Ja.
Ich schon das
Warte.
Preview als Cockpit-Cam angebaut, gell?
Ja.
Das
Bleib
funktioniert
drinnen.
nicht.
Okay. Warte. Ja, das ist nicht schlimm.
Ja, du sagst von
Ja.
das ist egal.
Ich noch Menge
Okay.
Seite und schmeiß Stream gepostet.
Ja, das ist nicht
schlimm. Ich noch Menge Seite und schmeiß Stream gepostet.
den aus der Box.
Kann den aus der
Ja,
Box
ich bleib bannen.
Okay. Freie Fahrt. Können den aus der Box. Okay. Freie Fahrt.
Ich komme da ran, ne?
Ja. Ja.
Oh, du seid schon schön wüst aus. Knascht dich.
Mhm.
Ja, das waren so 100 Auto fährt.
Ja.
Aber no meestes Ding war gut mich schlimm wie lo geht es.
Das war's.
Yellow flag, caution.
Mit schwarz Flecken an der Fenster.
Ja. Ja, klar. Wie hast du noch die Pneu?
Tipptopp. Ich von der 42 vorne Blut lässt, also tipptopp.
Ja, Tracktimes sind noch ein bisschen hochgegangen.
Ja, maar so die geht konstant drauf und du bleiben Tonnenzeiten und sich konstant selber. Mit das guter Schlo kommen ist schon 2, 4, 6, 8 Autofirma.
Oi.
Okay, das ist genau der richtige Moment.
Na, ich bin auf Stop-Spotting.
Ja, also du hast nur deinen zweiten Stint fertig. Kochst halt nach 22 Stunden, nach 7 Minuten. Natürlich mal 1 Stunde 50 war schon wieder so schlecht.
Ja,
Ja,
nee,
ja.
das bin ich schlecht.
Ich komme.
Ja. Ich bin fertig.
Watch your speed.
Gerne noch ran.
Heads up, there's a car rejoining. Activate limiter.
Denk gut, die Pit-Limiter zu checken, ob der blinkt.
Ja.
Kann sein, dass der nicht blinkt. Ne,
Mhm.
boah, ich stehe relativ weit vor, also normalerweise kriegst du nicht.
100 meters. 50 meters.
Ich komme raus.
Ja.
Okay, kannst ran.
Ich bin dran.
Yes.
Okay, Pit-Limit sind.
Yes. Wir müssen aber noch tanken und Benzin auffüllen.
Ja.
Das ist mir move it.
3 war Swap der Pit-Service-Time lief.
Okay. Mal stellen.
Ja, aber das ist eine Minute, gell?
Mhm.
Gewesselt ja noch Pneuen.
Ma ja.
Und die haben drinnen nicht gewesselt Pneuen. Okay.
Nicht gewechselt.
Nee, ich meine nicht.
Guck mal, wie viel Pneu es nach ist, Tom.
70 Spannen als die kleinsten. Die anderen sind alle mega gut. 91. Also Bausen erbannen, also Mittelin als den niedrigsten 81. Das ist eigentlich noch okay. Ja.
Eigentlich ja.
Sollen wir riskieren, 3 Stunden zu fahren?
Ich bin
Also,
raus.
Lo war fix easy, ja. Ja, ich komme weiter an der Live. Wenn sie kann. Okay, ist sie live. Das frei, wann du raus wirst.
Ja.
Das sind da pur. Wie viel sind wir?
17.
Oh, fuck, okay. Das ist mal nicht an der Haltschend.
Ja, war nicht an der Hauptschicht.
Ja. Mal 2400, ne?
Ja, das
Valentini am nächsten gepackt. Das ist alles frei, das ist nicht durch.
ist nicht, ob du noch nicht hast.
Das ist schon das Problem, dass den iRacing zu lösen ist, wie von Discord.
Ah, okay.
T-Strand geht nicht so viel schwätzen.
Okay.
Oh, das ist ein mega Grip da, eh?
Ja, Lot, fängt du gut zu gehen, ne?
Oh, das war schon feiert.
Das war viel. Nee, pass auf, die echt 2 Runden, dass du ein bisschen fäckrig da. Da nur geht es.
Okay.
Das sind Pneu, die neu sind, ne?
Ja.
Ah, das ist ja ganz gut an der Box für die Position.
B14.
Also wir sind nicht die 14. Das ist lo. Wieso tust du ganz gut an der Box wohl?
Ja, ja. Wie gesagt, mein Ziel ist für nicht zu crashen
Genau.
und nicht für links.
T3 Motorsport sind die 31.
Die sind normalerweise noch nicht so schlecht.
Ja.
Watch out. The gap behind is now 6.0.
Ja, ich kann einen am Megas durchgehen.
Ja, du musst
Könnt-
du.
Könnt ganz schnell, ja.
Ja, ja,
Ich
ja.
kann
das
halt noch
heißt,
mal
ich
mega
stehe
zu
Runden, ja,
durchgehen.
du nur hast gut
Ihr
dran.
könnt,
Ja, dafür
könnt
safe
ganz
so
schnell, ja.
geht.
Ja, ja. Also das Ding passt im Moment, muss ich sagen. Also das Ding passt im Moment, muss ich sagen.
So soll er doch sehen, dass er passt.
Du hast nur gleich riesig Traffic für da.
Ja.
Aber sie war unten. Ja. Nicht mehr
Ah,
Ja.
nee, nicht all, nee, da ist vor
Das
ist.
zweite Mal.
Die 2, die lo kommen, sind über 100, du noch nicht. Mit sind da 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Stecker.
Oh, merkt.
Ah, egal, kämpft Stich.
Ja, das können wir schon nicht fliehen.
Yellow flag. Caution. On your right. Still there. Right side's clear.
So, ich wirst du nur am Stream ein bisschen ob Topsplit-Kommentare.
Yes.
Schaut mich also auf.
Den Racebot.
Ja, genau, der Racepot, der lief dann.
For Nunez, as he was trying to get by Sullivan, ends up spinning himself around, nowhere to go for the VRS car as he goes around, helps him finish the job. As Torque Freak Racing Sunset having a rough run that time of the International Horseshoe with the traffic.
Here's the replay that on board with Ronnie Nunez first. You can see a lot of tyre smoke going up on all these drivers struggling for position. There's the spin and there's the hit. Now let's try and get ourselves another look. This is from Yornier perspective. The number 88 car.
P9.
And again, look at how much smoke there was. Tire smoke coming up. First of all, from Ronnie Nunez's car, but also all the other GT cars ahead. Everyone's having to lock up, trying not to hit each other. Then the Talk Freak racing car, Lorenzo, ends up just, well, losing the back end.
And loses the back end, but then again, it's very complicated when you come into that turn and you try to, you know, overtake people. The SUV and also the Simza, actually I was going to say Simza, but that was a Rap Match Esports he was trying to go for on turn 3, and unfortunately for Truck Freak, that is nothing they can do. They try to go for a move that it wouldn't be possible in the first place, and unfortunately the back end just loses.
Yeah, so and well, moment for them, and I just want to have a look to see if there's any damage or how much damage actually there is front in the back car. So now we've got 2 Commander cars in Daytona prototype who have got damage to their aerodynamics, and these cars are kind of aerodynamic dependent. You see the front end really bent out of shape right now on that number 88 car. Well, 2 hours ago, Justin, did we expect to see that after seeing Commander 1, 2, 3 in qualifying?
I don't think we expected that at all, but we've seen things we weren't expecting all in terms of race pace, in terms of everything else. Just right now, Rogers has been the best of the drivers from that camp so far in this race, but that damage has to be at least 30 seconds of optional that Jens is going to have to deal with. It's going to be something that you get repaired as you go through each and every one of your pit stops. I don't think it's something you go off cycle for.
We are just past the 2 hour point now of this race on iRacing Live and on the iRacing Esports Network. Hello to all of our friends watching.
I'm down on straight line speed, guys. I'm lifting, go left.
Mega cast here today as we are past 2 hours into this event, 2.5 hours almost into our coverage, and we're doing all 24 hours of this event live with very, very minimal delays.
Yellow flag, watch out.
We've got some drivers on pit road from your GT3 division. They are MPE Sports Racing SGP right now. RS competition still leading the way in class here. Stay on board with everything. Give you a race what's fan immersion. This is the number 55 car. RS competition. Fantastic that.
was 143.74.
Live time scoring is available. Visit racewell.tv/timing. That's racewell.tv/timing. One more time, racewell.tv/timing. Check out live timing and scoring. Visit racewell.tv/timing. I think we might have got it free.
Yeah, I think we might got it in the free right now, and we saw Lassie Bach, I think, having a little bit of commotion in the pit stop as he overshot a little bit, you know. That slight overshot, he never overshot, you know, his pit entry, but he didn't lose a lot of time in the end. He had a comfortable lead to the other GP3 cars when they came down the pit lane. So working a little bit, leaning out there, staying there, and having Martin Princeton taking over fourth, number 55.
On board right now with number 17, Sims Esports. Carlo is a good way behind the wheel of that one, and you can start seeing the sun coming down on track. It's trying to be massive. It's about 4:40 right now in terms of sun time, and I did make this
Still there, clear left.
This race you spend more time in night than you do by day, so not going to be long before the sun sets behind the grandstand, behind the airfield. I'm going to start seeing this place turn into lots of headlights and neon.
Yeah, and at that point, it becomes a whole different type of race where it's going to be more difficult to get your lines down, more difficult to judge where cars are in front of you, even with the beam lights now on the race cars. It's going to come down to timing in terms of how you do things in the nighttime, in terms of rhythm and consistency. And that's where the practice and preparation comes in, Will, that you've been doing for weeks, in some cases months in advance for today.
Yeah, we also want to give a quick shout out to all of the teams taking part in their own 24 hours Daytona. Of course, there's a multitude of teams. And of course, we had ourselves first blitz time on this event, about 12 hours before this one, and the amount of races taking part always staggers me. And this is of all the 24-hour events, I think this is the one that has the highest level of participation. On one hand, because you know it's like the track there, double car, Nürburgring, but also it's a track that
You've just done 144.17.
new associations, and this is what I love about this event.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the only track that actually matches in terms of signups the Daytona would be Le Mans, because you know it's Le Mans, so who wouldn't want to drive Le Mans? But you're pretty much nail on the head on this one. It's an easier track. It demands less of, you know, putting laps on the track. You get more track knowledge with fewer laps than Le Mans. Le Mans is a little bit more complicated. We talk about Le Mans as being, oh, it's just straight lines and small turns and all kinds of stuff. But no, Le Mans is quite different. It's a very tricky track for you to master. Daytona is quite easy for you to master in this sense. There are so many lines in Daytona that you can master and still be highly attractive. And as you pretty much said, it's beginning of the year, you're making stuff to race. So yeah, it's a track that it gets the community involved in more tracks.
Yeah, and I work out it's about there's about 1,400 teams taking part in this event. That's running right now. You can down that Wolfsburg with about number 250 taking place in the so over 1,500 teams total here. 1,500 groups of people all looking to do a couple of things. And I always say, first thing that you need to get is race is finishing the race. And for many teams, that's all they want to do. Get to the finish line and prove, okay, we've got that endurance there.
Exactly. And the second thing on top of that too is you want to have fun while doing so.
Yes.
You know, where you want to be able to not just finish the race, but have fun while doing so. And that's what many of these drivers think about and have been planning to do. And I think a lot of these teams are having fun right now trying to complete this race so far. We're just past the 2-hour mark. There's still 21 hours and 50 plus minutes of fun to go.
Yeah, indeed. And there's a former race who commentator who once made a point that the only winner is the winner of the top split, which I always completely fundamentally agree with. Anyone that completes a 24-hour race, automatically you're the winner in some way. This isn't some form of participation trophy thing, but actually surviving 24 hours is a win for so many teams around the world. Which is me, by the way, hopefully racing sunset, working class and traffic, but then all the teams that win in their class or overall, that's a win in itself. Of course, here, top level talent is what you've got for these teams. And Joshua Rogers, talking about winning, Justin, he had a winning season in 2019. Winning, as I say, things like Porsche Esports Super Cup. But he, again, looking very strong. And we don't always see Josh Rogers doing these 24-hour events. We don't see Coanda mid-race season do 24-hour events, but January's one that they do show up for. And let's not forget, Coanda did win the first ever 24-hour event on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just been a dream race for Rogers so far. Has been able to be the fastest car on the track the entire stint while saving an extra fuel lap in some of the cases. It's just been domination for Rogers right now. The gap, 12 seconds. And while he's been Sorek the past couple, has had the times go back and forth a bit the past couple laps, I should rather say, he's been able to grow it on the short run. That's been his bread and butter, where no one else has been able to even touch him. He's been, in some cases, a full second a lap on the short run quicker.
As we've got Team Wrenchbot online on pit road, out of pit road. And that's a 30.7 pit stop for them as they back out onto track. And it's Luca von Liefner behind the wheel of that car, the second driver in that car today, Loren.
Yeah, second individual for Team RSO on Luca von Liefner. And for RSO, it's been a really interesting race. They got in an incident early on. They had been, trying to do their best in terms of keeping the car on track, having a good result. And we know how competitive RSO is and how many capable drivers they have in terms of pulling those good results. But unfortunately, not being the best day out for them as they clear out toward that is set to Rouge. And if I'm mistaken, that might be, I saw BMW, Desta Williams, Jim Esports, Solari. So they still got a long race to go. It isn't anything sealed off yet. They can still pull out a good result.
Yeah, and this Williams Jim Solari car, they were, unless I'm very much mistaken, I'm thinking about the wrong Williams car, they were up inside of your top 5 earlier, but they seem to have dropped back now to 12th place in class. Something's happened to them. Right?
If I'm not mistaken, they had a incident where they were slow. They kind of slowed down and had to kind of like put the throttle back a little bit. But in terms of staying in the top 5 regularly, not so much. They were just at the very beginning of the race and they dropped back bit by bit.
Yeah, and as you can see, the oil paint scheme on the number 1 Williams Jim Esports car. All the Williams cars running in the various splits in this event are running special paint schemes, honouring the life of Martin Solari, who unfortunately passed cancer a week ago, and the signatures, the logo they're running across their cars as well. So a sad weekend for Williams Jim Esports, but they're trying to do what their team's been doing for a long time, do the very best they can on the racetracks. We're right on board with Alex Arana in the number 1 car, heading himself through turn number 5. And one thing I did just see there, Justin, the sun is really starting to glare at certain parts of the racetrack into driver side, particularly into turn 5.
Yeah, right now that's going to definitely deal with some of the visibility for some of the drivers potentially. Might have to put some sunglasses on in some of their cases and/or their hands just above their eyes if it gets too bright in those race cars. But I don't think it's too much. But that's a sign, of course, that sunshine is about to go and turn into nighttime. In the next little bit or so in this race as we continue to race our way towards dusk.
Yeah, Alex Arana just got a car ahead of him on track. Isn't for position, however, this is the GT car. He's just working himself past. And again, when GTE cars overtake GT3s, they still do so on the high side for Enzo, but it's not as easy to just breeze past compared to what the Daytona prototypes do.
Left side.
If you go on the straight line again, the GT3s match the GTE space in a straight line, so you can see Arana going on the outside, having the Apex one coming into turn 1, so good on Rev Match to just let him go by. It was a little bit scary because Arana nearly got into the back end of that Rev Match car, but got it out and unscathed, both him and the Tata Rouge, because that 777 car is putting the pressure on Alex Arana, not letting him escape in. At the same time, that 777 saving a little bit of fuel as always.
Yeah, well, on board of Josh Rogers, he's your overall race leader, he's been in the car the entire time. Talk about making your own luck, and once again, he's been able to get lucky in terms of where he's caught a lot of the traffic, not on the infield section, but he's been able to do it on the outfield as he works himself down towards Boston. Now, actually, the gap he's got to these guys ahead of him might just help him out a little bit, as I know there's an STV racing car, he's in purple on there, the second car in line. Hooksville there in the mix as well. As he slows it down a little bit through the bus stop chicane, it can power on better and go immediately to the high side. As he's careful, let's go 3 wide to the Team Hooksville car. Also there, trying to go side by side as one of the iRacing planes picks off in the background. And once again, actually wasn't able to do anything. They had to get back into line as they work down towards the start finish line. And in fact, they're actually not battling it out with anyone there. A lap behind everyone else in that number 35 car. And again, one of the more striking liveries in this build, Justin, one that we all know, unfortunately, the 35 car not having a great day in the office.
Yeah, they got into an incident into turn number 5 before in the first hour or so of this race. Sat in the grass for about a full lap straight before they started rolling. And now it's just about hoping that you can get something together. They have a bit of suspension damage. You can, a bit of that left front is crushed in, and that's going to be affecting them a lot in these corners at this point. Everybody wanting to try and get around that Team Heusinkveld machine.
And one of the facts that you've got to put into play when you do get damaged, Justin, is at what point is it going to be better for you to just sit on pit road for 5 minutes and get the repairs done, compared to you staying out and nursing a slightly wounded car. Now, normally, we always say, if you're losing 2 seconds a lap, it's generally better to take the repairs in the car because you'll save that time back overall. But a lot of these teams, they do try to make a car work when actually sometimes you just need to not necessarily admit defeat, but recognize that there's more at play. As we just saw, a change for the lead in class, as because of the fact that they didn't take tyres, Evolution Simsport had the race lead in GT3 until just a moment ago when RS competition got passed.
Yeah, in that regard, you see up on the screen, there was a massive difference in pace in the corner alone for RS competition to make the move. As you can see, they were already behind by a decent bit. You see the cones flying, triggers a bit of a slowdown potentially there, but there's the big amount of draft. Regardless, down in NASCAR 3 and 4 for them to slingshot their way forward. And when you have fresher tires, you're able to brake much more deeper and you're able to have more grip into the corner. That difference in grip ends up causing the difference, as you'll see with the help of the slingshot as well. Boom, he goes right on by, lets him go in fact.
Yeah, slingshot engaged. And the part. It's one of the things that annoys me actually about motor racing movies is how they use all these phrases, which I don't think anyone's ever been able to.
Oh.
Hey, what's going on?
No, I was just seeing. I was seeing that the positive sim car, positive racing sim car. Oh, okay. This is more interesting. They spun at turn 3, the positive number 10, as they come out of the pit. No, actually, they spun out of themselves.
This is the positive sim racing.
The DP, 11. the number 11.
Yeah. So let's just go and have a look back, shall we, at them. This is the Universidad. It's about a 1 positive sim racing car. We will teach Lorenzo how to pronounce it at some point over the course of the next 21 hours. As we're just standing through the King door into turn 5.
Yeah, it is an international horseshoe to be more exact.
Yeah, there we are, back end, just stepping out on that car and into the grass, having to wait. And that's one of the things about this track, because it is rather compressed. You sometimes do have to spend a couple of moments waiting for the traffic to, merge back into play. As we'll get ourselves another look, shall we? If we actually can. There we are. Hopefully, there we are. We'll get a better look for that now. Looks as though he just got into the marbles there, the outside of the corner just then.
Yeah, absolutely. That outside has been one of the difficult places to go and ride upon for many of the drivers in practice, as well as the Majors 2.4 before all this. And just absolutely just rode a bit too high and went off of out where the rubber was. And now he's drifting a little bit again.
Oh, yeah. And of course, part of that is once you've had yourself a spin, you've got to find a way of cooling those tyres down a little bit. And this is Bastiso on board him right now. And even through turn 6 that time by, you can see that he's trying to have to control a mild drift in that car.
Yeah, the description for some of the drivers when talking about tire management or losing tires is, if you make a mistake like that, you guys have just 2 laps up to that point to get them back to control, or else you lose them for the rest of the stint. So he's got to be very careful to try and not overdrive this car through this traffic, for example, and heat up those tires even more. So if he does, it's going to be hard to hold on the rest of the stint. If he's able to keep it nice and cool for this lap or so, be able to do something. He's still towards the pit window anyway, so he's going to come in.
And yeah, he is on pit road, because we are getting to that point where pit stops are not a million miles away once again, as just on towards pit road. He does come, and let's see, is he going to stay in that car? You'd expect, as I say earlier on, Justin, I would say under normal circumstances you would work in 4 stints. The reason why I say 4 stints is it works out to be about 3 hours total. And I think that's a good round number to break your race down into 7 different parts.
I like that stint number as well in terms of keeping it nice and equal. In terms of rotation, it makes it pretty easy. And that's what the stints are likely judging out upon, 2 to 3 stints, give or take, for most of the other classes. To that point, though, I can see drivers, say, coming out once every 2 hours or something along those lines, or once every 3 total stints rather than total hours. It all comes down to team preference and driver availability, I think, as well as how you are doing essentially in the race at that point. So all of those things come into a major factor.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can keep in contact with us on social media all race long. All you need to do is go to racebot.tv forward. That's not where you need to go social media. You go into Twitter, use hashtag iRacing Daytona 24, tag us at racebot.tv, and that's how you get in contact with us. You want live timing and scoring, it's racebot.tv /timing. Well, this is a battle we've seen so many times over the years, Lorenzo. Red Bull Racing Esports, Graham Carroll number 2, Jared Phil Evolution Racing Team number 26, down into the International Horseshoe. And, well, ERT, they had that year when they had kind of merged with Apex Racing Team. I've been told that after the conclusion and the non-renewal of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship, that partnership has largely ended, but we have seen over the last couple of weeks that we still have some of the drivers go between Apex Racing Team and Evolution Racing Team.
Yeah, and it's still a pretty solid lineup anyway. You have Jared Philsell, Benton O'Brien, and also Jamie Fluke, which are three competent drivers, you know, top class drivers driving for that team, and they're all fast. And we see Philsell like on the Porsche Esports Super Cup, as he goes on the back toe of that Red Bull, he's not gonna make the overtaking. Doesn't have any room to go on the bus stop, just gonna hang back and be a passenger for the ride a little bit, and let's see if he's gonna make a move on turn 1. But yeah, that team is highly consistent. I don't know how Evolution is gonna go from here on out in the future because of this broken partnership, but if it remains the same and they still have these top drivers to go, well, it's a promising lineup to the future.
It is indeed. Well, that was a little bit loud, so I'm just going to talk a little bit quieter for a moment. But yeah, as we're just having a look at Evolution Racing Team, Jared Philsell in the number 26 car as he heads himself through turn 1 and 2. Again, there's a wonderful look, actually, at just that sun going behind the grandstand. Just trying to do the maths in my head. It's about 5 p.m. local time. No, it's 4 p.m. local time, Justin. No, 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
5 p.m. local time. I was right the first time. Never ever judge yourself as commentator. That's what they always tell you. But 5 p.m. local time, and what you can also, you'll start seeing over the next hour or so, we've seen it a little bit already, is that the marbles and that dirty line will start to pick up even more. But it's this section of the racetrack through turns 1 through turn 5, and it's still going to be the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. Where you're going to have a ton of them just off the racing line, while trying to make sure you also keep an eye on where the rubber side of the racetrack, where the grip is going to be, and because that's going to be the difference in some of the fall-offs as this race progresses. So you've got to keep an eye on that, definitely. Because if you hit those marbles, it can carry you up and away off the racing line and off and away towards, say, the grass or the wall. So you have to be careful.
Yep. As we just want to turn our attention a little bit further ahead in your field, or are we? No, we're not. We're actually going backwards. We're going to this battle because it's Core Sim Racing, number 23 car, looking outside line as they come down in towards turn number 1. This is Core Sim Racing, and they have got themselves past Burst Esports, Lorenzo. So good move there down into 1.
Yeah, good move from Monty Sipila to go into turn 1. The Burst Esports, I saw Charlie Simmons banking out of the gas a little bit, let that car go by safely, safely let the car go by right before turn 1, and then Charlie Simmons just powered it out on turn 1, once again right on the apex to try to close down the gap, and again save as much fuel as he can possibly save. But now it becomes a matter of, does the fuel save is actually the best strategy right now in terms of fuel positions. You know, you're coming down into you're starting the first third hour of the race, you know, and you start to have a better perspective of where you are in the field, where your final perspective of the race should look like when you finish the 24 hours. So they're starting to do some maths in their heads, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point to talk about here quickly, Justin, because the big teams, at least in this event, they are not just got their drivers, they are going to have an almost entire support crew with them. This is one track at Daytona where you can have someone just spotting, looking at what the track conditions are ahead. You will have someone punching the numbers into, at the very least, a calculator. I know some teams are starting to get a little bit more sophisticated with their software and actually head themselves towards things like actual paid-for use software, spreadsheets, so on and so forth. Because they're trying to work out where they can get an advantage, but more importantly, they're trying to work out how to undermine and, in some cases, confuse the other teams on track.
Yeah, absolutely, and those things can help you win races, to say the very least. And don't forget about the things they do to set up these cars, mind you, to prepare for the race. Things such as telemetry. That's becoming very crucial for many of these teams now in 2020. You've got software that helps you essentially in terms of that strategy as you talked about. So all of those things come to mind, and all of those things come together to prepare for a race such as this, where it's almost a requirement just about to be the best of the best on the service now in terms of team.
Yeah, and this might be some of the reasons why that you've got the likes of Team Redline and you've got the likes of Pure Racing Team merging together, because actually it's not necessarily about the drivers that you've actually got in the front office actually, you know, working and being the quote-unquote star power. It's actually quite often now just the people behind the scenes who are the difference makers, and we've seen that pretty heavily in 2019 with things like the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship Series.
Yeah, it definitely, absolutely is crucial in the eNASCAR series in 2020 now too. The best teams, they work for weeks on setups just alone, if not months. Now, let me just say this, there's teams working on Charlotte, there's teams working on Auto Club, there's teams working on various different tracks, and they haven't even started the season yet preparing the races. That's how much work it takes to win in 2020, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I remember now, I was seeing a video with Joshua Rogers for Porsche not long ago in terms of preparation coming into the races. It's amazing they put like 10, 15 hours just to try to get every single minimal detail out of the track to maximize their effort and performance. It's things that, I'll be very honest, I'm not going to be able to put something like that. I compete in leagues sometimes, but it takes an extra amount of an extra level of dedication for you to be so effective in top leagues like that. So I'll be very honest, props to these guys for putting so many hours and so much effort and so much preparation to come out on top, or try to come out on top in so many races.
Yeah, but also, you know what the funny thing is? I'd probably struggle to get my students at university to spend 15 hours in assessment unless I made it long enough. So that's the level of commitment that I use my measuring yardstick by at times. Hopefully none of my colleagues at university are listening. Hi, I promise my students spend more than 15 hours in a piece of coursework. As we go on board at Team Wrenchport Online, they've been battling it out with Simicube iNEX Racing. As well, we've been battling, you were just talking about this a moment ago, that Team Wrenchport Online have been battling with iNEX Racing previously, and also there's another iNEX Racing car, sorry, the iNEX Racing car is running P number 6. It's got Justin Brunner behind the wheel of it. They have only had Justin in the car, and iNEX Racing are one of those teams where they will try, Lorenzo, to perhaps do something a little bit crazy in this event. Also, this is the dullest iNEX Racing car I think I've ever seen.
How so?
I mean, it's all black, and now I see the logo. It might well be because of the fact that, like Williams, they're honouring the life of Martin Solari. So I do take that one back partially, if that's the reason why. But that car is all black with just a Simicube logo on the side.
Yeah, I saw the logo over there, and they're honouring Martin Solari and helping Williams in this matter. But yeah, it's a team that I've been with not so many eyes on. It's been very quiet throughout these 2 years. You know, I haven't seen much of iNEX. I think we've seen more of iNEX in NASCAR than in road racing in these past 2 years-ish in the iRacing leagues and official events. So it's still with a very solid lineup. They still have Brunner, if I'm not mistaken. They still had one of the twins as well. It's the Sturgios, PJ and Jake Sturgio as well. Jake is actually due to race later on tonight. I don't know if PJ is actually going to drive, but still a very solid roll lineup. But in terms of competitions and stuff, they have been very quiet.
Yep. Let's look at the track map. As you can see, well, the track is a little bit more spread out than what we've seen earlier, but we are getting into one of those, what I like to call congestion zones, once again, where there's a lot of traffic here, Justin. We're going to be in a situation where Daytona prototype is going to start overtaking some of your GT E cars, who are in turn going to start overtaking some of your GT3 cars. And this is the most complicated part of a race for a driver, because you've got to remember that the speed difference between GTE and GT3 is almost zero. It's all about acceleration out the corners and braking distances.
Absolutely, and that's going to make it very complicated for some of these drivers to time out the traffic, because it might come down to the corners and the slipstream. So you have to be very careful at this point, to say the very least. As Rogers, at this point, the gap has actually shrunk a little bit with some of the traffic to 10 seconds. It was up to 12 seconds before at the start of the stint.
Yeah, and it's come down a little bit, but this is one of these things here, Justin. I've got a feeling that the Coanda car is a little bit better at the start of the run, and then the Team Redline car is a little bit better as you go through the run. And they've got their own strengths and weaknesses, and this is a car we've got to remember that not everyone runs this car that frequently. For most of these teams, this is only going to be one of the times all year that they're going to be running it. The only other time will be at the Sebring 12 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in terms of the prototype, it's a car that's been out for a long while on the iRacing service. In terms of real world, has been sort of leaning towards the phase out range, if not already phased out. So it's an older car, to say the very least. It doesn't see too much active service except for races such as this, but it's such a fun car to drive when it is used.
Yeah, don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Visit racebot.tv/timing, and you can use the Twitter machine to contact us. Hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Hello to everyone watching on Facebook. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube Gaming as well. As we are just turning our attention back to Joshua Rogers in that number 8 car, and the gap's up to 10.7 seconds. And I'm wondering as well, and it's not very often that I ever say anyone can outrace Josh Rogers at certain stages of an event, Justin, but eichten Guven does look a little bit better through traffic.
Yeah, and that's a major thing too, where right now Rogers is reaching the traffic in the wrong places, like right here in the sandwich drivers, loses some time at the bus stop, for example. Compare that to Guven, where he's able to get the run and be able to time it up a bit better, because he's reaching these drivers at a bit more of a staggered rate that's more preferable at this point. The thing is, though, he's lost time still, regardless, for the past 3 laps. It's been marginal by a few tenths, but it's been, so far, the speed has still come up in the VRS car compared to the Team Redline car in the end.
Yeah, and there's a look at the lap gaps over the last couple. Again, eichten Guven's been losing a couple of tenths per second. He lost a full second on lap number 194, but part of that, you can just see how much traffic there's been recently. As we'll just zoom out, and you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars that eichten Guven would have had to try and got past in the last couple of laps there, Lorenzo. So it's not Road Atlanta levels are bad. It's not Imola levels are bad in terms of traffic management. But you do just need to remember that as a driver, the last thing you can be doing is looking at that lap delta to see where you are compared to the driver ahead every single lap. Because actually, psychologically, it will start to wear you down.
Hey, you're going to be worn down a little bit by bit, because not just you're seeing the guy ahead of faster of you, but you believe I have the same pace, but I'm grabbing traffic just in the worst of spots possible. Like, Guven nearly got traffic once again at the apex of the bus stop, as we have again Thomas Tatala from Logitech G Altus Esports hanging on the back end of Alexander Voss Williams number 3 car, and they've been going for quite a while, for a few laps, not just 3. I think it has been 4 or 5 laps that Tatal has been on the back end of that number 3 car, just hanging behind, saving fuel, and then not making any moves.
So far today, we've done 96 tours around this racetrack as Radicals Online on pit road. Very wide pit road here. In fact, of all of the endurance races that we go to, this is by far the widest pit road, because of the fact that, of course, this track they use for NASCAR as well. And Radical's online, car getting out. Sven Kalmart's getting out of the car, and Ryan Littlemore getting in behind the wheel of that machine. And Ryan Littlemore's done some work with us in the past on Race What TV. Great driver from the United Kingdom, flashing the lights, getting some fuel, getting some tyres. We'll be back out and away in just a couple of moments' time in the number 58 machine. I've got some breaking news, by the way, Just. It's not breaking. I found out about this an hour ago. I just don't have the time to work it in yet. But we got some good news, Justin.
What news, sir?
So, as you talked about earlier, the fact that we've got ourselves the number 44 Burton Klingerman esports car, we are going to be joined a little bit later on RaceSpot TV after he's driven his car by Mr. Klingerman himself to do a little bit of guest commentary, stroke interview, stroke conversation.
Hey, I'm curious to see what he has to say when he comes in for a stint, because his team have an up and down day. They did have a spin out. It was confirmed by Logan Clampett and Parker Klugerman directly for that team, but curious to see what he has to say, especially with his experience in the broadcast booth in the most recent couple of years.
Yeah, always a great guy in commentary. I think after Pat McAfee, he's one of my favourite colour commentators right now. I'm sorry for the brand. I've got to stick with Pat. But Brian Daly right now, having a look at him, he's currently 17th place, but again, he is the highest placed Porsche in the field. So that is the one thing that they have got that they can rely on in this event. Let's go back to GT3 real quick. And let's turn our attention to Burst Esports and Corson Racing. Gap between them is 0.4 of a second between the number 23 car and the number 96 machine. Heading into the International Horseshoe, Matti Zippala in the number 23 car is, well, we'll say about half a second ahead of Charlie Summers. That gap's going to go up by a tenth or two because there's just a Daytona prototype that got between them into the International Horseshoe, gets past Corson Racing car into the kink, or left-hander, down at turn number 5. And again, Lorenzo, the sun's gone down a little bit now, so the fact it's not blinding the drivers into turn 5 or turn 1, but it's still a slight distraction. But I think we're kind of past the worst of it now. The worst about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, the worst is around, I would say around 5 p.m. local time, 4:30 to 5 p.m. local time, where it shines the brightest over the spot actually at the apex of the turn when it comes down to the oval. So we are already coming into dusk. Coming into dusk on Daytona. Dusk comes around 6 p.m. local time, and I think, I'll be very honest, I'm not going to be surprised if the quarter gets a little bit of slowdown, because they just went way too deep into the exit of the bus stop.
I almost feel as if I need to sing a Sum 41 song, but let's go back and have a look at it anyway, shall we? And this is into the bus stop chicane. Let's get a look from up above. And this is the number 23 car. Oof. Yeah, that was a little bit, that was very close. You can see that they lose time. They do actually allow the Tetraroos Ferrari to get past. Interestingly enough, able to get into the toe of that Ferrari as they head themselves through NASCAR turn 4. So able to allow them to go past on that one, the GT3 car, and use it to a little bit of their advantage. A moment ago, by the way, we were showing you battle going on for second place in your GTE division. This one's kind of quietly crept up on us. Alexander Voss in the Williams Esports Shield Blast car, the number 3 car, running in second place class-wise. And then the Logitech G Autos Esports car that we're on board with right now. Thomas Tattler with the number 43 car. 2 tenths per second is the gap. We're going to ride on board with Thomas Tattler as he comes down in towards turn number 1 and give you a little bit of RaceSpot TV, that immersion. And on towards pit road then from Tourist Tattler.
His lap time was 1:42.80.
Maybe going to see a driver change here. We'll let you know in a moment's time. More cars on towards pit road. Here's SimRC.de Titan. Felix Lunde getting in behind the wheel. Looks like Tattler will stay behind the wheel of that Logitech G Autos esports car. All this, by the way, means that for the moment, you've got yourself Barcelona and the Williams esports car leading the way. Jared Purcell in second place by virtue of them having not yet done pit stops, but GT pit stops well underway. And let's not forget here, Lorenzo, 3 or 4 teams trying to eke out that fuel.
Yeah, we saw Logitech G Autos esports. We saw a little bit even the Moritz Leuner and the Williams esports Razor trying to save a little bit of fuel when they started the race with Josh Thompson. Evolution just going for the full fuel save as Phil Cell was on the back bumper. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been the AAA esports black car, which is also saving fuel. But honestly, it will come down to the wire. It isn't a full hour like the GT3s can do. They do a little bit less, around 55 to 1 hour itself. You can sling it out to 1 hour, outstanding. But if you go over 55 minutes, then you can start thinking.
Yeah, and realistically, Justin, this is the one where the fuel strategy is going to be the most difficult to unpack when you have your morning sim, because you know some teams who are basically might have done 2 more pit stops than other people around them, but they're not fuel saving, they can go faster. It will start to come together.
Yeah, it comes together in terms of rhythm. There's a different type of rhythm, really, when it comes to it. There's a race rhythm where you're going 100%. There's the fuel-saving rhythm, and there's the various other ones. Let's say 70%, 50%. You don't go fully 100% the whole run, because that's where you end up overburning your fuel, overburning your tires, and end up overburning yourself. And in turn, that's where you lead to 2 aggressive mistakes in terms of racing as you look at the top 8s.
Yep, there is your top 8 in terms of your GTE class right now, but as we say, it's worth remembering the fact that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your top 8 who have not yet made the 3rd pit stop of the day. Your highest placed driver who has made a pit stop is this guy. It's Max Bennig in the Team Redline car, taking over from Max Benecke a little bit earlier on. And he's only 13 seconds behind the Evolution Racing Team car. So Justin, it shows that going flat out can have its advantages for now.
It can, yes, it can definitely can, and have some of its advantages, especially when you have a fast set of drivers in the race car. That's one of the main things, having those types of drivers in your car. Or having both Maximilians definitely helps in that regard, to say the least, Will.
Yeah. As we just turn our attention back, should we go back and have a look at your GT3 field here for a second, Lorenzo? Because Core Sim Racing Burst Esports, they are going at it. This is for what, 4th place in class right now. Burst Esports number 96, Charlie Summers. Core Sim Racing, Marty Stipler in the number 23 car. Really close onto NASCAR turn 3.
Yeah, and I think for Charlie Summers, it's nearly go time for him to try to make an overtake, as we have the Logitech G Autos esports on the high side. Once again, it's the normal line if you guys are wondering for making an overtake, since you got the apex coming down into turn 1. But then it comes to core. Will they let the car go by easily? No, they don't. We have the Williams on the number 3 going on the inside. Charlie Summers loses a little bit of time, but it's still within the 2nd gap to Core, as Core is now going to be overtaken on the inside line in the International Horseshoe. And in Charlie Summers, this advantage is now overly regained.
As they now work towards the kink. And just to let you know, it is 5:30 now in sim time. Dusk is due in about 30 minutes from now. That's where you can see the track, all shades of colours as you head yourself at certain portions of it. But Charlie Summers in number 96 car now in towards turn number 6. And let's go on board with him and Lorenzo. This is what we say. Got to be careful on the power here. And a lot of these teams would rather be at high revs in a lower gear than low revs in a higher gear getting onto the banking.
Yeah, like I mentioned a little bit earlier on the broadcast, that entry to the oval part, if you go way to the inside where the curve is actually located, the track gets a little bit bumpy and it can offset the car a little bit. Of course, you have the GTEs and the GT3s with their traction controls. Even the GTEs, you have the lateral and longitudinal, right? You know, the normal traction control and the longitudinal traction controls for the car will making the more stable, but you really don't want to power it out early, because if you do it, that will be a little bit of more trip to the I'm not gonna say astro, it isn't an astroturf, it's basically the tarmac that is actually located on the inside part of the oval, and you're gonna lose a lot of time, because even though you're braking, you're gonna lose at least, and I mean at least 7 seconds with the spin.
Yeah, and this is one of those other places where you got to be really careful onto the brakes, especially now that the marbles are building up outside of the racing line, as we're on board with Justin Brunner in the SimiCube Inex racing car. That is Daniel Garcia Elgaboy in the Drive X Esports car just ahead. And to go back to the point we were making about stint lengths, we've seen majority of these teams do either 3 or 4 stints per driver. Justin Brunner having still been the only person to have been in that SimiCube Inex racing car, but for Drive X Esports, they have now done themselves a driver change. Sergio Inecchio getting out the car there, Justin, and Daniel Garcia Elgaboy getting in.
Yeah, some of these drivers definitely going in and out of these cars in that expected amount of stints here, but curious to see what Drive X Esports can do here, because this has been a pretty stellar run for them to be able to perform with this speed in the top 5 with some of the best teams in all of iRacing. They've had a stellar race, to say the very least.
Yep, as Justin Brunner is 2/10 of a second behind Drive X Esports. Wonderful look then from the rear as they now come on the exit of the bus stop chicane through NASCAR turn 3 and 4. And this is that chance, Justin, for drivers to get a little bit of mental preparation going. Think about the flow of their race through NASCAR turn 3 and 4.
Absolutely here. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a fight or if Brunner's going to elect to save fuel. Looks like he's going to elect to save fuel here for the time being. So this is where, again, you pace yourself. Some of these cars just hit about 10-20 minutes ago, give or take. They're going to have a bit of an excursion, though, because one car went wide.
Wow. That's down into turn number 2. That was the Drive X Esports car, allowing SimiCube to get back up to the rear of it, but nothing really changes between the two of them. Not able to take the advantage there, Lorenzo.
No, none at all, despite the small incident that he just had, and David Greco is still on that car, managed to live for another day, because, you know, if you have an incident on turn 1 to 3, it will be quite problematic.
Yep. As we're just going to keep our attention actually on this little battle going on. So at the front of this 3-car train, Lorenzo, we've got Pat Gergis in the number 18 Commander Sim Sports car. Now we've got to remember that this is the car that had the incident at turn number 5 early on in this race. This was the incident with Max Verstappen. Yes, it was down at turn number 5. I think. And this was the car that has had to do a recovery drive since. There has been some damage to the rear of the car. However, they're back up into 8th place in class, though they are already a lap down to the overall leader.
I think for Vera, for the Coanda standards, it's, you know, they want to go 1, 2, 3. They want to dominate. I mean, we know Coanda and the high level of the drivers they have, and their will to win every single time. But unfortunately, they had this off moment with Max Verstappen, of course. It is quite complicated to make do with if anybody is at fault, because it was very close between one another. But it's still a respectable result. They're still keeping the car within, you know, reasonable contention. It is a lap, but you never know. We still have 21 hours left of racing. Nighttime in Daytona is very complicated for you to drive. It gets more tricky despite the lightning. It is, even though Daytona is a track that it has a lot of traffic, it has more lightning than some other tracks like Nürburgring or Le Mans. but it is a very technical, complicated track for you to master at night.
Yeah, I was going to tell a story about earlier on about the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and actually the most light you get for most of the track is off the back of the huge kind of trailers that a lot of the fans will bring to the race, because majority of the time at the Nürburgring, you'll watch the first part of the race, wait for the lights to go down, go back to your campsite, get out and I say barbecue, I mean proper grill, drink, maybe get a couple of hours of sleep, wake up in the morning, go back to the stands. But in the Nordschleife, there is absolutely no lighting for the majority of the track. Bar, of course, you have that little bit of lighting around the top end of the racetrack where the Grand Prix grandstands are. The rest of it, well, it's pretty much dark around there as well. Sebring's pretty much the same, Justin. So of all the tracks where in terms of lighting, this is the best lit. And of course, we can't talk about lighting without remembering the fact that one of the NASCAR races, the Coke Zero 400, takes place at darkness. So this track is designed in many ways for nighttime racing. Just the infield section, fatigue kicks in, and I've done it before. Racing at darkness, you almost get into almost tunnel vision zone, and as a consequence, you might just not pay full attention to the tiniest of details around the outside of your peripheral.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about, actually, in terms of that regard. You also, it feels like, at least to me, more of a zoning out kind of feeling, where you're so used to lines where you almost mentally fall asleep. You're physically still driving the car, but you're mentally so focused on the road that you just completely lose focus and zone out and forget where you are. There's been cases where I flanked out for 40 laps, 40, 50, 60 laps, and I have no idea where I'm at until the white flag is out on the racetrack or something happens in front. So it kinda is a good and a bad thing, because say there's an incident in front of you, if you don't notice it because you're zoned out, bad things can happen.
And it's one of those things, I've talked to some drivers over the past as well, over the fact that they say, testing by yourself is one thing, but actually you sometimes start subconsciously driving when you're testing and you're running laps by yourself, Justin, and that means that you can't always replicate the lap times because you're not consciously thinking about your braking zones, and you might send some fantastic laps, but also the concentration part is important, because this isn't you just running by yourself, it's negotiating traffic quite heavily. And as you look at the track map right now, all of these cars are pretty evenly spaced out on track.
Especially with the different variations in terms of speed into and out of the corners as well at the nighttime, that will also be difficult. Here you can tell there's a back bumper. And later on tonight, there's the chance that you're going to be figuring out, okay, I got to make sure I see the brake lights in front of me and judge it properly. If you misjudge it, bye-bye goes the race car in front of you and potentially your race as well. So you don't want to do that. By the way, the fight for 7th is on.
Yep, we're looking at Johannes Simmersport's Pas Gergis, who's got himself past Simsport Racing DRS Wave Italy, as we talked about earlier. But behind, we've got the battle going on. This is between Supersport Racing, Brandon Eves, and David Greco in the DRS Wave Italy car. That's the second driver in that DRS Wave Italy car after Marco Sidiacono earlier on, Lorenzo.
Yes, and I think for now, for DRS Wave Italy, the best they want to do is try to close down the gap and stay within the range of draft for the Super Sport Racing car, because if I'm not mistaken, I just don't want to be fooled out here. They are 26 laps into their stint. They should be coming into the pit lane anytime soon, unless I'm mistaken, because we have Driver X Esports on the pits, and they were basically within the same lap stint as the DRS Wave Italy was.
Yeah, we go back to this battle going on for second place in your GTE class. Thomas Tattler in the Logitech G Autos Esports car running in second place, and then Williams Esports Chill Blast Alexander Voss running in third place. And well, I really couldn't choose someone in this battle here, Justin, because Thomas Tattler is always so consistent. every time I've seen him, be it on his former team, be it now as part of Logitech GLTC Sport, he's one of those drivers where I would love him to run 12 hours because he will just turn consistent lap times. Alexander Voss, one of the best GT racers in the last 10 years in iRacing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to with Voss, where I've always liked how he's driven on the surface in terms of overall raw pace. It's always been there. So it's going to be, I think, a race battle that potentially stretches on for the next few hours. There's a difference, though, in how they're taking the corners. Voss is going a bit more aggressive. Tatola, though, is being more softer in, so he's faster out, and that, I think, is one of the main differences at the moment between this battle between these two cars.
Yeah, as Alexander Voss works himself through NASCAR turn 3 and 4, and down towards the start-finish line they'll come. Yeah, that's the one, down towards the start-finish line. I was right the first time. Never judge yourself, will you?
Oh boy.
What's going on?
No, I was going to say Brunner is on the pit lane right now for Enix. What about missing your pit lane for quite a little bit once again? Remember when we talk about missing your pit lane when you do pit stops and you could lose time? Well, you just lost at least 2 seconds.
Where's that? Who's that again?
Just in the pit lane for Brunner and Enix.
Ah, so Enix Racing then. We probably should be able to get a replay of this one. So you just stick with us. Here we are coming onto pit road. Here we are. Slides in. Half a pit stall there. Yes, reverse for Justin Brunner. Good catch there, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
As they are out and away, their pit stop time is 24.7 seconds. However, the thing that you've got to note is the fact that the actual lane end-to-end time was about 1.5 seconds higher than anyone else we've seen so far. That 45.8 right there on your screen, it says 1.5 seconds, Justin. That don't seem big in a space for a 24-hour race, but 1.5 seconds could be you don't have the draft anymore towards someone else, and that 1.5 seconds grows very quickly, very exponentially.
Yeah, that can add up as the race goes on, and it puts another 1.5 seconds that Brunner will have to try and claw back in that battle he was just in. So that's going to be a pretty substantial situation in the long run, potentially. He might be able to get some of it back with the slipstream, but it's going to require a lot of work from him.
Yeah, as the lights are flashing. Actually, lights aren't flashing, it's just a flickering of the lights there. Through NASCAR turn 3 and 4 for Justin Brunner as they just head themselves out on NASCAR turn number 4. We haven't talked about your GT3 field for a while. There's a reason for that. Well, actually, I say the first reason is because we've got Simone Maria Marciano. Mamma mia, he's on pit road here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Marciano coming into the pits. Let's see if there will be, he's not going to be giving any driver's toss. Marciano staying out for one more. And for DRS, Italy, I think Marciano pretty much found himself a team that he can work with. He has Filippo Orlandi and then Elliott Biddle as his teammates, but in general, pretty much an Italian team. And we know Marciano from his Logitech Altus Esports days, and we know how fast he is.
We just know him as Pizza Man. That's half the thing.
Yeah, the pineapple pizza.
Yeah, I mean Simone is one of he's one of the most well-known and most liked drivers, shall we say, in the very, very wide iRacing paddock that exists. And this is one of the cool things as well. I often say, Justin, start of the year you get to see a lot of people who we don't often see in iRacing World Championship Series broadcasts. It might not be their thing. Not all of us commentate on the myriad of leagues that we have taking place over the winter holidays. So this is one of those few times of the year that we actually get to remember a lot of the names that we might have spent a year, 2, 3, 4 years commentating on.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of those drivers that are in these types of fields. We mentioned Diallo, for example, in one of the earlier incidents. You've got drivers all throughout the field who might be on the back end, who usually run the endurance races, but don't have it all found here for the Pro Series as well. We've been seeing in these events today. It's a good way to see other drivers. Take RS Competition, the second place car right now in the GT3s. They have Martin Christensen behind the wheel. He's one of the top drivers in the Danish Esports Racing Championship this season. And so right now it's a matter of who gets the chance to show themselves in the spotlight. And we've seen it a few different times here, Will, in the past couple years where some teams made their names in these types of races today.
Yeah. Also, this race has possibly my favourite car livery of all time, belonging to a certain David Haynes, who will catch on our morning coverage tomorrow with Connery Maddock. The good old-fashioned Wham car that we saw many, many years ago, the Team Huge Ass car. Always brings some great liveries to this event. I know they're not running the top split this year, but if you do get the chance to check out any of their footage, they always have a great livery in that Team Huge Ass car. And there's so many others as well that we get to see along the way. Just going through your top 8 in each of your classes quickly along the bottom of your screen. And one of the things I have noticed about that Coranda Sim Sports at the top of the field have been able to stretch out their lead a little bit. It's now up to 23 seconds over Team Redline and Justin. As I said, Coranda seems to have the better run at the start. Then Team Redline seemed to be able to claw some back. But the final stage of it, now Rogers is into a rhythm. He does seem to be able to just pull away on those laps before you get close to pit stops. And then again, just after the pit stops. And Rogers is doing what we thought he was going to do in terms of staying in the car for about 3 hours. It's not the same case, however, for Team Redline, because they did a 30-second pit stop. And Chankuven's gotten out of the car. Tom Micklemore now behind the wheel of the number 6.
Yeah, but some of that time is going to sacrifice itself back when we see VRS Coranda Simsport eventually have to make a driver swap for the 8 machine, because it is 5 to 7 seconds. So these cars eventually will reel in a few seconds back. However, it's still massive regardless of what Rogers has been able to do on this circuit to pull away as much as he could in this race today. It's just been that type of event. Team Redline, though, you see them close together basically a little bit on the racetrack. It's still a bit of a gap, I should rather say, now 12 seconds from the earlier driver swap. They tried working together, it didn't work out before. Now they gotta try and hustle.
You want to know the craziest thing as well here, Justin?
What's that, sir?
Josh Rogers, despite the fact that he's now got a 24-second advantage, is also 4 laps to the good in terms of fuel compared to everyone in the top 5 bar DriveX Esports. So they are 4 laps better than the 2 Team Redline cars, and they are 9 laps better in fuel compared to Supersport Racing. That's incredible.
That is very incredible, actually, and it's a great point to bring up, because there's been cases in some of these endurance races in the past few years where drivers and teams have tried to cut out a pit stop. I don't know if the math will work out in the end for that quite yet. It's too early to tell, but my goodness, the pace that he's been able to set is just blistering as he's working his way through the first and second sectors.
Yeah, so just on board with Joshua Rogers. In fact, let's do a lap on board with Joshua Rogers. Let's give you some Racesport TV fan immersion.
0.
Finisher.
Blicke weg, ja.
Left side. Still there.
Nee, ik heb net.
Hold your line.
Nee. Ich kann nicht jetzt runter, ne?
Clear left.
Nee, dat is goed.
That lap was at 43.01.
Christian, top stinte wie sie noch.
Merci. Kit schon rum geblinkt.
Ja, mit der Frucht. Ich fahr früher.
Fängt in der Stadt zu gehen.
Geil. Das ist die geilste Zeit, fand ich.
Ja.
Okay, ich meine, die Frucht kommen, oder? Pass auf. Ja, nichts kommen, das ist gut, pass nach nicht.
Warum geht auch wenn es mäßig wird?
They get that no, I get that no, get that no.
Clear left. You've just done a 143.06.
Good command.
Car right.
So.
Still there. Clear right. Go on, keep pressing. Past that mistake.
Oh, war aber schöner Kampf.
Ja, ja. Wie gesagt, bei der Boxen aus wird mich extrem aufpassen, ne?
Ja.
Op den han der brems speit.
Okay.
Ganz wo rum hudre méi well kun das keieren net raus.
Ja, die war natürlich, ich den nicht Nummer 18, das direkt für das Nummer 19, ja, den anderen. So ein paar Positionen durchziehen, Position 19.
So, du hast Pech, weil ich stand.
Hold your line. You're right.
Exzellent, wie du dat mës verstehen dat net gi verstand net trauen.
Gut,
gut. Dafür musst du ja.
Genau.
Ja, aber ich krieg mich wahrscheinlich am Dingen drin.
Aber ja.
Oh, den jetzt schon ein bisschen.
Aber ja.
Pass auf die Ferrari, ich hätte Space Vitesse.
Ja,
Ja, aber ich kann dich aber nicht lo überholen. Das sind da. Alle. Viert schon nicht genau 100 da. Lo aus einer Wand steht. Das gibt es nicht.
That lap time was 143.58.
Perfekt.
So hätte mal bisschen Luft, da wäre ich viel mit zu denn.
Ja, das war schon 0 von der. Das ist nervös wie Sau.
Warum brauchst du aber nicht? Das wäre ein normal Kurs.
Da sind auch nervös.
Ja, bringt nicht. Ich bin just ein kurz nervös und die Zweikämpfe dazu.
Ja.
Wird dann auch so gut. So, und ich bin P2 rum. Ich mach hier drin versaut tun.
So, schon 6 Frames, das ist nicht gut, ne?
Nee.
P2 lap time was 42.85.
Ich setze mich schon mal am Auto nach und was da für Frames sind. Ah, dünnst 100.
Oh Mann, das geht
90. 90, ja.
Ja, mir pass auf, Replay ist ja eine Grafikerstellung, die ganz viel ist.
Tisch über ein Schwere mehr.
Schieß nicht, schieß du da gestorben bist.
Ah, das geht schon. Hast du schon als Band steht lassen?
Ja.
Ja, 1,3, ja.
In Feierlo. Ja, das ist gut. Ah, ich mein Foto vom Lied, aber wir sind nicht.
Nee.
Bei meinem GRT als eichten.
Ja, und GFT, ja, ich denke, ne,
5 seconds.
Ah, der Führer mehr verschwunden, meinst du?
Oh, perfekt.
ja, schon ein Fehler an meiner Berechnung. Scheiß.
Wer dann?
Aber nauer Zeit noch du fehlt eine Menge dazwischen. Ja, scheiß, ja.
So, mal ein bisschen Sprit gespürt. Ist den so viel in der USA, kannst du da ganz durch den Bastard durchschlafen lassen. Oder 3 vom Gas und dann ist normal just rollen.
Car right, clear right. incident in turn 5.
Also Turn 5 Incident.
Und das noch ein bisschen, ja?
Ja, egal. 15 vorbei, ne?
Okay.
The gap behind is now 2.0 seconds. In the pits. That lap time was 1:43.14. Sector 1 is 0.9 off the pace. Car right side's clear.
No, tu
Car left.
Ah,
clear
du hast.
left. Car right side's clear.
Was ist wieder der Kopf?
Nee, mir der war so böse, lo.
Gelöscht, ja. Verlässt er schlecht.
Guck mal, dann krieg ich Leihrating den wird.
P2.
Peter Edwards, 37. Ah.
Und da war es Millimeter, ja?
Der Schluckdicht wäre Sonnegrand.
Nee, KK-Kontakt nicht, mal kein 0.
Ah, ich mach meinen Base mal unten in der Stadt vergessen.
The gap behind is now 1.2 seconds.
Oh, maintenant. Stehen alle noch am Band shit.
Car left. Clear left.
And lush.
Christian, kannst du? Ah, voll dummer.
So du.
Kannst du ja, nun am besten spotten mich spät, wenn du Probleme hast. Du machst fährt dann.
Ja, spotten
Ist
ist kein
okay.
Problem, gell? Kann ich bestimmt wissen, dass ich so ein halbes Necke kurz fort.
Ja. Weil du gehst feierst den gefahren, da muss ich schon fahren. Und ich muss vielleicht besser mit Schläger gehen. Und so ist das kein Spotter da.
Nee, das ist kein Problem.
Time to get defensive, mate.
anderen de Fehler gemacht.
Ja. Sie sind noch zu 3 an enger rum. Und Dinge sieht 50 Sekunden an dem eichten.
Ah, die packen wir zwar nicht mehr.
Nee. Oh, was? Und morgen nicht bis kurz sind.
Das ist zumindest das mal, du kriegst keine Illusionen.
Ja, schon nicht. Alles an der Reihe. Was du bis so gelesen hast, ist top.
Merci. Ich bin noch nicht gekommen.
Ja, das ist noch kein Meter gefahren.
Ja, ein Ink bis du. Du mal kannst leben.
Ja. Ich meine, du wärst mit 4 zufrieden gewesen.
Ja.
So 4. Das war eine Revision.
Ja, den Tom hat am Anfang gegeben Hudel mit dem in der Steuer, gell, weil kein Grip verstärkt war.
Jetzt noch nie Runde, ne? Ja.
10. Jetzt immer schwer auf welchem Platz.
Ja, zweit. Ja, das ist ein GRT, ich schwätze immer vom GRT.
Ja.
Kann ich mich bis verabscheuen?
Ja, ja.
Okay.
Man muss Macht bleiben bis hin am Kant.
Ja. Die sind lo am Spotter-Dingen. Ja.
Es sieht am Spotter, du kannst wie noch gehen, aber ich, das wichtig als Datei. Problem ist, sonst am Spotter selber bist, dann seist du relativ, die kannst du erstellen. Und du lässt nie fort, bis sie keine Abbrechungen haben.
Okay. Ich finde zwar, also mein Internet ist zwar löse, ich finde auch schon 100, knapp 100 Frames.
Ich hatte just 10 nach.
Okay.
Aber pass auf, der kann auch in den vielen Auto leihen.
Okay.
Pass auf mit einem großen Feuer hier, ja. Ah, ihr seht, Steve holt den Nerv. Ja,
Ja.
gut. Der kennt mich schon, das heißt.
That was 142.94.
Ich gehe necker, die Klänge am Hals holen, da sind schon da.
Ah, du mal du.
Behind us now, not protect.
Ja, geht nem Lee.
Sie machen.
Ja. Da ist von der
Right
Schwein.
side, clear right. Your lap times are improving. This is exactly what we need. We're currently setting the pace.
Oh, wo könnt ihr dann hier?
Egal. Dann noch schon.
Oh, ich hatte okay, ja, nicht gekriegt.
Car right. Clear right. Get behind us now.
Also hier sind wir noch 7,5 Flop.
Ich noch 7 und dann... Ich weiß nicht, was das mein GFT 6,5 sieht. 18 Liter.
Wahrscheinlich weil ich mal lieber den Coast vorsehen.
Ja, aber 18... Was hast du wie viel ist dran?
Ja, 20,2 Liter.
Oh.
Guck an der Blackbox oben. Also du musst den Auto alles kannst darstellen. Da ist auch eine Seite, wo du siehst, was am Tank ist. Was?
19,1.
Ja, genau, 19,0.
That's the remaining, ja.
Incident in turn
Fährt schon
4.
rum an der Wüste.
Ja, 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 ich stand da an. Das läuft der Piste.
Incident in turn 5.
Da muss schön wissen, wir in die Wiese da für 24 Stunden. Ne?
Ja.
Yellow flag, keep your wits about you, mate.
In der Maxit, dem ist die Elefantland nachstürchen. Da weiß 100 Mal, 99 Mal vielleicht.
Denkst du, dass es kann sein, dass den Base nicht ausgeht?
Das ist schon schon gemacht.
Ja, hoffentlich ist das der den Boxstopp klappt.
Ja.
Nee, er fährt wirklich gut, nö, noch 2 Stinten.
Okay. Schuss am Anfang mit uns schlägt er mal um 2.
Ja, du musst ein bisschen mehr frei bremsen.
Ich hoffe, da ist nicht so viel Trafik, wo gehst du?
The gap behind is now 1.4 seconds.
Ja, die sind schon 8:3 an derselbe Stelle. Ne?
Ja, ist gut.
Der nächste ist 59 Sekunden für uns.
Yellow flag, watch out.
Hoppla.
Ja. Ich sehe schon fertig ist.
2 Stunden ist aber ein bisschen etwas, ja?
Oh ja. Wie schlau mal du?
Halbe 7.
Halb 7.
143.30.
Ich hätte schon jetzt so rauskommen, ne?
Oh, doch.
Wie gesagt, wenn du rauskommst, fährst du einfach den Pace und fertig.
Ja, ja, aber guck mal, 4 anderen Runden immer leid. Das müssen nicht die schon matt.
Musst du denken, dass die erste Runde ein bisschen mehr giftig ist am Bastop, gell?
Mhm.
iRacing.
Zerhält alle gut fort.
Gut.
Das fort, das fort.
Das war den German Sim Racing, das der Geld im Wald ist.
Ja, gut.
Okay.
Auf wie viel Runde 4?
Ja.
Das hat er gemacht. Wow, Rieder Mauer, die sie Frau macht.
There's a car exit in the pits, heads up. You've just done a 143.43.
Ich wüsste, dass der blind GRT den nächsten du weißt. Ich gucke, ob Tom alles angestaltet hat. 200 Schlitter, Replace, ne, sind angestaltet, okay.
So, die Bar an der Box, die muss ich auch dringend zuschienen.
Ja. Kannst du das Runde ran?
Nach 3 Runden nicht.
Hallo ist so, Christian, ja. Hallo ist.
Ja, soll er aber fahren.
Ja, ich weiß.
Ich wollte Start durchschlüsseln, sich.
Menge nicht. Problem ist, so kannst du die Runden, die auch schnell sind. Ah, nicht drüber gezogen.
Ja, ja.
Right side's clear. That lap was over 143.36. That's good consistency, keep it up. The gap behind is now 1.6 seconds.
An eng Runde sind fertig.
Ja, okay.
Ja, meine Frau steht schon halb Brett für fort. Und seid richtig geil, ja. Ich kriege keinen Rum mehr gefahren.
Willst du dann raffen, ja?
Nee. Obwohl, kein zwar knapp gehen, ne?
Ja, da voran. Komm, schnell los. Stop Spotting. Kann der Markt Spotting, man.
Aus dem Markt, du.
Ja.
Ja.
Okay, das war lieber.
Du sollst Spotting machen.
Dummes Spotting, Christian, ne? Ich mach die Lastspot.
Fries, Christian.
Ne, du.
Nee, Spot du, du. Ich mach das Stream, das geht gleich bei mir.
390 meters.
Sie ist mir schon, wenn du rausschaust.
Meters.
Mal los. Voll
50
los.
meters.
So, ich muss raus.
Komm, Move Driver.
Ich kann einen Move Driver. Du musst das machen, voilà.
Bin am Gang, ja.
Okay. Maja, sind die anderen da?
Gut, ciao.
Kann ich fahren? Nee. Driver Swap muss noch fahren, ne? Ja, ich nur Driver Swap fahren.
Ich denke, du musst noch tanken.
Ja, danke. Also.
Nee, du wirst jetzt abpnöen. Ah, ne, wirst du pnöen, lo.
Also, das soll ich auch machen.
Getankt werden. Dann hast du sehr fort, mein Leben. Nicht, wie es geht. Muss nur mal dran denken, den Pitlimit am Mund zu machen. Weil er weiß nicht, was mit den Menschen. Ne? Er weiß nicht, ob ich dir vorhin oder nicht.
There's a car approaching. Stay behind the white line.
Geh nicht nur an das Start Spotting.
Ja.
Ja, da muss ich noch mal einen Klick to become Crew Chief.
Yellow flag.
Ich weiß nicht, warum noch bang sie kann.
Ja, ich gesehen, ja.
An alles geklappt.
Ja, mich hat froh, und du warst nicht da. Ich wollte schon fort, und dann bin ich gewesen.
Ja.
Ich kann nicht ins gehen, und du warst direkt fort dann.
Ja, mit alles angestaltet,
ja. Ja, aber ich wollte aber nicht kein Break mehr gewesen. Ich kann nicht fahren.
Hm.
Aber das ist fort.
Ja, voll los.
Break it fort von Catch getankt das.
Ja.
The car behind is pitting.
Die will latscht.
Car right. Clear right. P3.
Das latscht.
On your right.
Davor.
Den anderen können doch.
The gap ahead is now 6.3.
Ah, ich muss dran kommen, ne? Das Teil geht nicht.
Ja, das dauert noch.
Oh, frag's nicht. Ganz schrecklich.
Den Pace, Steve.
Ja, ich verliere am Bandchen nicht verlieren.
So, dat wie viel muss im online sinn
Schreiben dat. Okay.
bei de Kanne
Christian im Moment.
Ja. Ja, komm gin um nennen.
Ich kann net
Ich kann net go, wat ich gut.
op an Discord.
Ja, einfach einen anderen Channel.
That was at 144.41. Is now 1.7.
wasch gedreht.
Den haben du als fort.
Ja.
Sectors 2, 3 and 2/10 off the pace. Sector 1 is 0.9 off the pace. Clear right side's clear.
So, bonne chance nach Steve, gesinn wir ja no.
Sí.
Top speed kann man
Triple City will be very complicated unless the track gets more cooler. And we know you're on nighttime. We got a little bit colder right now, 22 degrees Celsius on track, 23 on track. In my opinion, it's complicated. We'll have to see in the next 2 hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours, to see how this pans out.
Schaut Laschke nicht so fahren, ich wollte
Go
sich
and have a look at Max Benecke for the moment. Actually, I want to do a lap on board with some drivers, but I'm not going to do it with one of the millions of BMWs that are taking part in the 24 Hours of Daytona this weekend. Let's go and have a look at the teams who are not a BMW for just one moment. And of course, we've got two of them. This is the Burton Klingerman eSports car. This is Parker Klingerman, and of course he's one of the team owners in the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship Series. You see him on the NBC Sports Network. You're seeing him right now on board. We're going to ride on board with Parker Klingerman in the one and only Porsche, as we give you some RaceSpot TV fan immersion. across the stripe in the Burton Klingman eSports car. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your Max Verstappen update.
Die nur dann engem Töle eng Sekunde op dich abgeholt. Ja, ja, genau.
He's not on the car. That concludes your Max Verstappen update.
Okay, that was unexpected, Will. Okay, then.
There we
You
are.
pulled that, hold up. Did you pull that out of Graham Norton?
No, but we're on board with Dominic Farber right now, who is, of course, a teammate of Team Red Lines. Max Verstappen in this number 33 car. Dominic Farber's been behind the wheel for the last couple of hours here as he works himself through turn number 5. I've literally just asked Racebot Wives to make me another cup of coffee. Maybe that was not the best of ideas, but into turn 6 of Dominic Farber. And worth noting, actually, he has cut down the gap to the Koana Simsports car, who, away from our screens, did do a driver change, because they have recently been on pit road. Martin Kroenke now is behind the wheel of the number 8 VOS Koana Simsports car. So, from a driver who's been a world champion on iRacing in 2019 to a multi-time iRacing world champion in Martin Kroenke, one of 3 drivers to ever win the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Of course, the other 2 in Gregor Hutu and our best friend Hugo Louise as Martin Kroenke through the International Horseshoe. And this is going to be great because Kroenke, fun fact here, once did all of his stints at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps in the first ever 24-hour event on iRacing that we run. Would you like to know how many incident points he got? In fact, I'm going to ask you to take a guess.
Go, Justin. You
Unfortunately, just keep it smooth. No mistakes. He's quicker than you into red line.
Get the exact total, so let's go something conservative. 50.
Can I take a range of guesses? Is it between 50 and Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, or is it over than that?
Oh, in terms of that regard, it was sky high. I remember that exact total. I'm not going to give away the total.
The answer is 8. 8 incident points, and this was in something like 8 hours worth of driving. Martin Kroenke is one of the most consistent drivers, I think, in the history of iRacing, and also one of the cleanest drivers that you ever see. He doesn't normally take advantage of track limits. He's someone that will just turn laps. He is, over the last couple of years, he found a way of being really spectacular in terms of qualifying. But Tom Mickelmore, it's worth noting, has got himself right behind Dominic Farber. So after us thinking that Tom Mickelmore was going to fade down in 3rd place in that Team Red Line Daytona Pro car, actually, Justin, he's right there with the number 33 car.
And that's actually a good thing, I think, for the team, because it allows them to work together here and see, can you reel in the cars in front? That's something they tried in the first stint. That's something they have to try right now to see, can they do anything to close the gap here, because they've got good runs compared to, say, the Apex Racing team, which, mind you, they were battling with before in this race. They're all the way back in 12th position since then, so it's been tough sledding since the initial battle.
The guy behind, the gap's now
Getting word that Logitech G Altus Esports have had a little bit of oopsie daisy, someone's punted this moment. We're going to try and get a look at this. We're not quite sure which of the Altus cars it is, because of course they have 2 of them in this race, unless I'm very much mistaken. But we'll go back and we'll try and see what's happened to them. Apparently they got punted in the rear, so we'll try and figure that one out. And yes, we will get an on board with an EV1 Triton Racing car in a little bit as well. But they often say sometimes, you know, if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck. And that's one of the things I often think about when you see some of the trials and tribulations of Altus Esports, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's funny. Alta's both the Logitech and the Astro have been teams that
ein bisschen haselig.
located within the top 3 ever, or like in entrance in this past 2 years. I think more 2019 than 2018 itself. Have been rimming that top 3 win slot. If I'm not mistaken, they won last year in Daytona. You guys can correct me on this.
Is it the P3?
Was on GT3 and GTEs, but still they can't get on the borderline of getting good results, like overall, like getting wins, top 3s, and always something happens to them. You know, they always get that amount of bad luck. It's kind of like when Vendaval started on the 2018. They always had the good drivers, always great runs, and never got like good results. Always something happened, you know. It's kind of like the Vendaval nowadays would be Logitech in some sense, to be quite honest.
Yeah, we got confirmation, by the way. It was lap number 139 for Logitech G Autos Esports that they had that moment, and they got hit from the rear by the Universidad Isabella 1 positive sim racing car. We're on board right now with Max Benecke doing his second stint in the Team Redline GT car. Now, this is something we've seen before, Justin. And I actually like the approach and the strategy that this team often do. They did it a lot as part of the Pure Racing team. It looks like they're taking the strategy over to Team Redline, in that you'll have 2 drivers alternate stints for the first, let's say, 8 hours. Then they will basically completely go and disappear. And then your second set of drivers will do the next, say, 8 hours, alternating between them. So we've had Max Benecke start in the car. Max Venig's now done 2 hours in the car. Benecke will do the next 2 there or thereabouts. Likely hand it back as we've got a car turned around on track. That is the Simsa Esports DP car. We'll get a replay of that one in a second. And then after Benecke and Wenig on their second stint, they'll then have the nighttime session done by Gianni Vecchio and Jonas Wohlmeier. This actually also allows them to get around what I was talking about earlier, having the difficulty of 4 nationalities in the same team car, because as it stands, who's going to do the graveyard shift? I think they've just answered it for us.
Yeah, should note that's an all-German car, I believe you're talking about in that regard, but yeah, looking like they're wanting to go with their top drivers to try and establish the pace, then have drivers stabilize that set pace. But the main reason the Simsa Esports machine lost control, they started drifting actually on the entry a bit. Then they just ended up heating up the right tire just a bit, where once they got back on the gas, hit it too hard, and it just gave up on them, and it just spun itself off the ground to lose some track time.
The gap in front is now 2.3.
Much they tried to fight hard on top of that too here, Will, just to keep it off the left side grass in the first place.
Yeah, and that's often the case. You end up trying to avoid one thing, something else happens along the way. As they are back out on track, that's Team Redline on line, who are a lap ahead of them, who's going to try and, it's a very busy section of the racetrack here, all of a sudden, and yeah, now Team Redline on line's been able to get past them. Team Redline on line's now just trying to get themselves past. That looks like one of the courts, it is one of the courts and racing cars.
Yep.
And then just ahead of them, that looks like it is a Williams car of some variety. The Williams Esports Shield Blast car.
3.
Yeah, it's the Williams Esports Shield Blast car of Alexander Voss behind the wheel of that one. Alexander Voss is one of these teams that did not take tyres on this last pit stop, and this gives us the opportunity now, kind of midway through the stint, to have a look at these lap gaps, and they're not losing as much as I would have thought actually here, Justin. They've only been losing about 3 to 4 attempts per second average over the last few laps.
And that's actually a good point to bring up, because if it was, say, 84 degrees track down, no, you don't try the double stint potentially. It might be riskier, but because the track is cool now, you can definitely see a lot of the double stints. Take the Majors 2.4, for example, with the Daytona 2.4. There were teams who won their splits by taking that strategy and taking the class win as a result. So it's a gamble, yes. But with the cooler track, it might be one where it's not as significant compared to, say, a daytime race or in a 6-hour event. So it can help you in terms of your to gain a lot of the track time, and it's something a lot of teams might think about strategy-wise for the rest of the garage. By the way, watching Kiosis Esports up towards the front, they got a battle up in their hands. Team Redline GT has reeled them in.
Yep, gap is now down below 1 second. And you notice, look at that, last time around, Max Benecke gained almost 6 tenths of a second. But he's got traffic, and this is going to cost him a tiny bit. That's the aggressiveness of Max Benecke. This is what's made him one of the top drivers in GT racing over the last 4 to 5 years. He stormed his way past Viva La Papa as they just head themselves now through turn number 6 onto the banking again. The gap between these two drivers, well, it stands at 6 tenths of a second. Max Benecke hunting down Thomas Tattler right now. This is two very, very good drivers. Thomas Tattler, one of those Finnish drivers who broke away from the Glacier Racing ranks, and of course Glacier Racing, they're one of these teams that are pretty much an all-Finnish team these days. Thomas Tattler was a part of Black Star Racing, I want to say, I'm sure I'm right. Now part of Logitech G Autos Esports, and has really done well in that team. Great in 2019 in the iRacing World Championship Series. He was great before he joined Autos Esports. He's been even better since. Past start finish line, gap at 4 tenths per second into turn number 1. Benecke will see those two cars ahead of them, the lap traffic that they've got. And one of those is the Corsim Racing GT3 car, which means that they're going to have the advantage of acceleration out of the International Horseshoe and through the King. It's worth noting that these cars are not flat out through the kink compared to a Daytona prototype. So there is a benchmark online Daytona prototype there as well. The GTE cars, I saw you, I said that again, they are flat out through the kink, but it's also a bit more squirrely for them at points. The Wrenchwell Online cars thinking, okay, I know this is a battle for the class lead, but I want to find my way through at some point. And now the Wrenchwell Online car goes, no, he stays behind. He's going to wait until the banking. So now this is where we're going to have a little traffic jam on I-95 as they work themselves through the banking. They go 3 wide for a moment. It's okay, it's Daytona. We're used to going 3 wide here. Now onto the back straight away. Corsim Racing car taking the outside line. Now this will help the 23 car a little bit because of the fact we'll get the tiniest bit of the toe from that Daytona prototype, a Wrenchwell Online, that will help him through the bus stop chicane, and then for the next maybe 10 seconds or so, although that Wrenchwell Online car has now pulled away quite some bit, there's more traffic coming through on the outside line. That's going to get past Max Benecke. Not sure if it's going to get past the Autos Esports car Tattler before turn number 1. I don't think it's going to. This is going to be great for Thomas Tattler because now it will give him a buffer between himself and Benecke for the next couple of corners, although now Tattler's got to get himself past the lap down car. And look at that, the flashing lights again by Max Benecke. He's angry. He really wants to slam it down the inside. Did he just go down the inside with a Daytona prototype? Oh my word, he's really fighting for this one right now, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Benecke just, you know, I'm just gonna send it. You know, I don't care what y'all do. I just gotta send it. You guys can see on the replay as Benecke goes into turn 1, gets a little bit held back by that Simsa the Daytona prototype. He gets unsatisfied, like I'm blinking. No, I'm just, you hang back, my little friend. I'm gonna go for this move, and he just fully sends it into the turn number 3 in the International Horseshoe. Overtakes at the same time the other Simsa, you know, GT3 car, and now the gap is nearly 2.2 tenths of a second between him and Tattler. Here comes Benecke charging on the inside. Yeah,
get bit between his teeth then for Benecke, up to the race lead once again in the number 71 car as he works through the bus stop chicane. Benecke, Team Redline, back to the point in GTE, but Justin, on one hand, that was to be expected because Benecke's on much fresher tires compared to everyone else inside of your top 6.
I was about to get to that point, in fact, yes, because it was a double stint here for Logitech Altus Esports. Here's the thing, though. That contact we talked about with the prototype might have thrown that strategy out the window and abrogated the time differences to the car round.
Oh. That's NX. Yeah, that's the NX Racing car. Not the first time we've seen an NX Racing car pointing the wrong way or doing something a little bit confusing in this race, but let's have a look. Replay coming up now, Justin Brunner. And there's always one thing to spin on track. It's another thing to spin when we just overtake him. A battle for the class lead. And here we are, Justin Brunner down towards turn. He just completely overshoots the corner onto the kitty litter, can't slow it down. Thankfully, that car spins the right way there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he spun to the outside. Had it spun to the inside, well, we would have had a big one into turn 1, and then involving the 2 class leaders in the GTE class, and that would have been too beautiful for either Tatala or Benecki himself. They wouldn't appreciate Brunner just spinning out and taking them out of the race. But fortunately for both of them, they escaped unscathed. And Tatala now lost a little bit of time on the exit to the oval, but still within the draft range of
Yeah, and that's the thing right now. If you are Thomas Tatala, this is your aim. You want to stay in the draft of Max Benecki for as long as you can, because A, it'll help you in terms of fuel, B, it'll give you some tow, and you know, it will also psychologically help that team out a little bit. The worst thing that can happen right now, Justin, is Benecki goes out to a 10-second lead in the next 10 laps, because that will crush Altus Esports' momentum.
Seconds. Well, that was at 143.17. Yellow flag, watch out.
At this point, you're right, it does adjust goals. The main thing is, though, if it happens late in the race, you're in panic mode because you've been running for X amount of hours in evidence, and if it's early on, there's enough time to try and recover to achieve those goals. If you have, that's one of the main things you have to consider, though, when it comes to all of that. If it happens, say, at the midpoint of the race, that could also be crucial.
Yeah, it has. It's a wonderful look, actually, as well, about how this track is very elastic, Lorenzo. What looks to be, 15 seconds on the infield looks so much more when you get to the outfield because of just how flat out it is for long periods of time. As we just turn that graphic away, and I just want to turn our attention over to your battle going on in GT3 between Corsa Racing and SimCity Esports. We saw the battle of this as they were being lapped by traffic. Now let's experience it with them actually battling each other.
Yeah, and for Carl Jensen, he was quite unhappy with Team Redline from Tom Mishamore lapping him on the infield because he could have lost so much time to Simza right ahead of him. But still, with the number 23 car still retaining some advantage because Simpson just got prejudiced on the exit to the oval. They lost a little bit top speed, and now here comes Corey Jensen on the outside. He's going to stay right on the back bumper. No, he's not. He's going to dive on the inside of Simpson and grab the fourth position.
Yeah, that actually looked pretty academic as well. And I was going to wonder whether or not they were on two different tyre strategies, but they actually are not, Justin, because Carter Janssen 9 laps into a stint, took tyres, and Tyler Herdiaz on the Simpson Esports car, 8 laps into a stint, took tyres.
Ahead is now 6.6.
And this is one of the main things, again, you have to consider, which most teams are willing to take this gamble because of the amount of time difference. There's the risk of it being reeled back in as the run goes on or by the end of a stint. So you have to consider that absolutely in terms of, do we do it, do we not? Because there's a chance you reel back in regardless towards the end of a stint or the end of the tire life.
Yeah, on board right now. Carly Janssen, as he's got himself that position. Next victim, I say victim, next person for him to try and close up to is Carl Madoff in the Evolution Sim Sports Raptor car, who is 15 seconds or change up the road. It's not a lap gap.
Yeah, I got a wheel it.
Look at that. And this is a car, the Evolution Sim Sport Raptor car, who did not take tyres last time around.
Yeah, hopefully I get
there's a little bit of an indication as to the difference. About 3/4 of a second per lap. And of course now Carly Jansen's in a bit of clean air. That could be exponentially bigger. We'll find out what that number is when they come past the start-finish line.
Yeah, that gap is going to go down more and more because, as we've seen multiple times tonight, so far, discussed a bit, you're able to take the corners a bit more deeper and have more corner speed compared to, say, Karl Modov in that Raptor machine. He's having to baby it around to make sure
you're gaining on this guy from the gaps now. 6.0.
It's coming down, we should know, for the GT3.
Damage,
we're hearing, though, as those cars have been in the 143s. However, it's a 0.7 of a second difference last time by between DRS Wave 3.
Ja, det är mycket plats.
Yeah, you just saw that on your screen. What clean air does to Lorenzo. He's up to 1.5 seconds almost. How much faster course in racing world over Evolution Sim Sport. So there is going to be a number, and we've got to remember as well that Daytona, eternal laps at Daytona. The top team's probably looking for 850 plus laps minimum. So you've got to bear that in mind, and 1.5 seconds over what is essentially 90 seconds on pit road, there is a point when that will change over to you being better to take tyres. But I think for the time being, you can double stint. I probably wouldn't triple stint right now.
No, right now those GT3 tires, they are spend more than the GT tires itself. You get more wear out of them when you do a stint. So the maximum you can do, it's kind of like a rule of thumb. If it is cold temperatures, if it was less than 20, maybe you can think like a 2.5 stint. Then again, this is a 24-hour race, so that half stint is basically ridden away from the map last year on the final hour, the final 2 hours maybe of the race. But for now, double stint is the way to go. It's the way for you to be most effective. And for now, Filippo Orlandi and input Lassi Bakba. Lassi again pulling another great lap on 43.2, just shredding away more and more seconds to that advantage that Filippo has.
We are going to go on board and do a lap as promised with TV1 Triton Racing. Here's a Racebot TV fan immersion. 19 hours, 37 minutes remaining in the 2020 iRacing Daytona 24-hour.
In spot als eerste lap.
The lap time was at 1:43.23. Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace. fast guy. The gap's now 6.8.
Welcome back. Here we on Triton Racing there. Jan Witkowski in the 01 car, circling through. And again, Tom Mickelmore, I think he's found his calling right now of staying right behind Dominic Farber. Although they were gaining a little bit of time earlier over Martin Kroenke, Justin, that maintaining the gap is the way I'd call it right now over Martin Kroenke. It's 30 seconds, Kroenke is in the lead, but look at the lap gaps. Actually, I say that, it was close until lap number 161 when they lost a second to Kroenke.
Kroenke is just very consistent, mine over 1.1 every single race. So it's going to be tough to keep up with that type of clean consistency. But they've got a few different prototypes now lined up. They also have NX Racing in the middle of this. This is not full position, mind you. That is also going to help a little bit.
Just done at 43.01.
It's just a matter of keeping that speed in the corners, though, as this race continues to progress to try and do something. It's going to take hours at this rate to close the gap.
Yeah, although interestingly last time by, Justin Brunner in the Simicube NX Racing car did a 138.1. Team Redlines, they did a 138.4 for Dominic Farber. Now, traffic was a little bit of a part of that. It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive here, and actually Brunner just allows them to go past. So, good heads-up driving there by NX Racing, not getting in the way. NX Racing, one of a number of cars here today who are running the Race for Relief logo on their cars. This was something that started off with Altus Esports a couple of weeks ago. Of course, they've had devastating wildfires across Australia over the last couple of months. And Race for Relief is designed, Lorenzo, to raise awareness and some money to some incredible organizations who are helping to try and stop, or at least contain, the wildfires that are taking place.
Yeah, because we saw he has been part of mainstream news. The devastation that the fires on the wildlife has affected. I think there is more than 30 million, possibly 3 billion wildlife lost. And I'm talking about not just small, big animals. I'm talking about overall the loss of wildlife and just the environment itself.
Just done 43.00.
Even different times. It isn't like in the 90s, 50s where we didn't have this industrial, advance that we had in the last 50 years, 50, 60 years, where we use a lot of, electronics and things like that, and effects are, climate change, but a lot, unfortunately, did not happen in Australia. A lot of people community itself gathering as a whole to raise awareness for things like that, and hopefully get some money to charities that are involved in this process.
Yeah, indeed. So, and of course, we need to show you the same thing, of course, on the Logitech G Altus Esports car. As you notice the red banner in towards turn number 1. They come again, a wonderful shot, by the way, up above here at Daytona, as the car is heading itself down into the International Horseshoe right now. This is still being piloted by Thomas Tattler. He's been behind the wheel of the car for a couple of hours now. We will be posting a link in literally a couple of seconds, by the way, as to some more information about this. You're going to go.racesport.tv/race for relief to find out more information. Let's go www.racebot.tv/race for relief. Talking about battles, we've still got this one going on. Prologue React Esports versus Williams Gym Esports, and this is a close little battle going on. 8th place in GT.
Yeah, and these cars have been constantly trying to save a little bit of fuel in this mix of cars, not trying to push too hard, but he's still applying the pressure. That's one of the main things. Force the driver in front of you to make a mistake. Think of the big picture with the strategy, and just keep your car towards his back bumper. Keep within range. Know that you're faster, and know that it's a 24-hour event with still over 19 hours to go on the clock. So at this point, I think he's just trying to go and pace themselves. By the way, there's been a driver swap for the Red Lines prototype in the pit stops.
Yeah, and that's Patrick Schneider, the third driver now in behind that Team Redline DP1 car. So we expected 4 drivers, of course, in this car today, and we are still to see Axel Kirchhoff. And I've got a feeling that it will be now almost 4 years, Justin, since I've had the chance to commentate on Axel Kirchhoff, because our stint ends in 90 minutes time, and Patrick Schneider is likely to be spending the next 90 minutes in that Team Redline car.
Yeah, but Patrick Schneider is a heck of a driver, I have to say, though. Really talented, someone that's been very consistent with the race car and help get your car into a consistent pace. Good choice in terms of this stint, in my opinion, to put Patrick Schneider behind the car. Sacrifices the time now, but it's still going to be interesting to see what he can do to try and close up this gap as much as he can.
Yeah, so we're going to go on board with Schneider for a couple of corners, actually. In that number 33 car, it does mean that they have fallen back into 3rd place. Tom Mickelmore back up into 2nd. Actually, that picked up, if anything, Justin, hurts Tom Mickelmore more than it does Patrick Schneider, because now Mickelmore has got no one to draft from.
Great point, actually, because now the speed difference is going to be different, be different. But the Team Red, well, so it's going to be curious, will they be able to stagger themselves close enough to get themselves back into the draft? Have to wait and see, because the second VP for Team Redline is in the pits now with the pit stop time with the driver swap was 49.5 seconds.
Yeah, as Patrick Schneider on the exit of the bus stop chicane, and just focusing on other battles. Ricardo Castrolado is towards the end of a stint, but he's only about a second behind Supersport Racing right now. As also, we have got another battle going on, which is Parker Lorenzo. What's going on here?
So Kligerman, when they were on the infield part of the track, he was holding at around a 0.7-second gap to Weissenfeld right behind him on Marcel Eichenberg. Actually, I butchered the name. Might be. And now, but the gap from 35 to the 44 actually increased, and now it is around 1.7 seconds because of a lot of traffic that got to be overrun.
Yeah, and Kligerman currently 15th place, the highest place Porsche in the field here today, although they are behind the highest place Ferrari in the field. We haven't done a lap on board with the highest place Ferrari. He is the only Ferrari in the field. It is a Tetra Rouge Racing 777 car, Christophe Bouquet. Let's do a lap on board as the purple glow emulates from the Ferrari 488.
outside. Still there. He's still there. Clear left. The lap time was 43.49. Track temperature's decreasing. It's now 23 Celsius.
Wonderful look there at Christophe Bouquet in the 777 car. Of course, he decides that's the time to have some technical gremlins. Max Beneke getting past the Evolution Racing Team number 26 car of Jared Bilsell. Of course, it's worth noting Beneke is on an outlap. Jared Bilsell is 28 laps into a stint right now, so those tyres are, well, I'm going to say old. The reason why is because ERT did not take tyres the last time around. It's worth noting, however, that Team Redline didn't take tyres the last time around, Justin, so they're going to be off sequence to everyone else's stint. If these teams will take tyres this time around, I'm still interested. Are we going to see our first treble stint?
Some of the teams I'm hearing have already been doing triple stints. That's the main thing. So teams are already trying it on the racetrack. Some of the teams have floated around. Check the altitudes for it among some of them. So it has been tried. As you look at the fight for fifth, that got a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, here's a replay. And this is Bruno Astore in the number 15 Viva El Papo Racing Team car. Well, it was closer, easily through down the inside, and then braking zone down into turn number 1. And Bruno just seemed to brake a little bit early into the corner. I think he was worried there, just about the overspeed that you get from that toe. And I've seen so many people in the past get the pass done, they completely fluff up the first corner because of the fact that they're carrying an extra 5-6 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think just at that point, just going to give up the spot instead of side drive. It's the main thing. So at this point, we'll see if they get the draft on back. Plus, you also have the banking, plus the cars and how they are offset in the positioning in the first place.
Yeah, indeed. So as we just come through the back straightaway and towards the bus stop chicane. That's a Simsa Esports GT3 car. Tyler Herbiers, by the way, they got past. That was your overall leader, Martin Kroenke, who's just gotten past a lot of them. That was all the way into the bus stop chicane. Martin Kroenke is probably due on pit road this time by. So we're going to go on board with Martin Kroenke because everyone else around him has been on pit road as recently. And no, he's going to go and stay out and do another lap then. It's Martin Kroenke. And this is where Commander are really starting to get their advantage. Because that 30 seconds that I've talked about, Justin, is one thing. And that 30 seconds, you know, it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. But where Commander are making their kahuna right now is the fact that they have been great, even though they did just mess up the International Horseshoe. They've been great in terms of fuel management so far, and one of the best teams, probably only alongside Jan Sweeter in the Universidad Isabella 1 positive sim racing car.
Yeah, the strategies just worked out perfectly for them. They still got their 2-3 laps. So it's just worked perfectly for them to have such a longer fuel mileage to where if they save for a couple hours or so to get those extra laps or two each and every stint, that will make things much easier for the rest of the race to be able to hit their fuel marks and get themselves such a potentially dominant win at this point. There's still a long ways to go, though. That's the key, because they still want to keep the car running on the racetrack. It's not just going to place itself immediately in victory lane like a teleporter.
Yeah, indeed so. And Martin Kroenke on the exit of the bus stop chicane again. Again, you can just see, and this is the mark of a multi-time world champion, how smooth he was through there. He's going to get a nice little toe. However, if he is on pit road this time, Bidas could get a little bit close because he's got to get past the lap traffic, then dive on towards pit road and slowing it down to pit road speed, 55 miles an hour. Actually, and I just want to show you that one again because this is sometimes when some drivers do panic. They're due on pit road, they've got slower traffic to come, and it swipes and just gets about a car length clear before slowing it down. I mean, that some drivers there, what they might have done, Lorenzo, was just stay behind. But every 10th, if you're a commander driver, maximize every 10th where you can.
That was a really risky entry because obviously you got, if you're Conquer, you have time to shred, right? You have guys right behind you, even though it's red line, you know, you have around, I think when going to stop, it is more than a minute on both red line cars, so you could have taken your time, stay behind the big Mercedes, just go into the pit lane safely, try to avoid a crash, but you know, it's Kroenke. We know how Kroenke is in terms of, you know, they're fast cars, so it's natural for Kroenke to be able to do this kind of entry safely and break it with the DP car that is not very easy on braking rather safely.
Yeah, it's out and away, 24.8 seconds then for Kroenke in that Koana Sim Sports car. A reminder, the only other driver in that car so far today has been Joshua Rogers. And in terms of who they've got lined up for their cars here today, let's not forget they've got 3 cars running in your Daytona prototype field. Just trying to add things, I'm going to try and find out, because normally they do post this. However, I do think, there we are, Martin Kroenke, Mitch DeYoung, Tommy Erskar, we're expecting to see in this number 8 car. Number 18 machine, we're going to see Pash Gergis runs Brokeman, Ricardo Castrolado and Sage Karam. Number 88, Bobby Zelensky, who of course you'll know well, Justin, from your time with the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship Series, Jenny Tankenham, Yuan Jens, who we've seen already, and another NASCAR driver in Keegan Leahy.
Curious to see how Leahy does in the road course car, because
Just made them in the fence.
keep an eye on when it comes to these, despite the performance.
Engage the limiter. Boxing 390 meters.
World Championship competitor and is so good on the road courses. Is always the man to beat when it comes to NASCAR at
50 meters.
Watkins Glen or the Charlotte Roval. So, of course, he's someone you can depend upon in this type of situation, in this type of a race here, in what is about half of an oval car, essentially, in terms of speed. It's just been a rough day for that car overall. They're 14th.
Yeah, indeed. As in terms of the Koana cars, they've got one running in P number 14. That is the number 88 car with Bobby Zelensky behind the wheel right now. So we're just having a look at them right here. Yuan Jens has been in the car for the first part of the race. Bobby Zelensky has recently taken it over. And then here's the number 18 car. It's Ricardo Castrolado behind the wheel, and it has been Pash Gergis starting this race, and then Ricardo Castrolado has been the second driver to get into it. It is worth noting, of course, in terms of Koana Sim Sports on the number 18 car, Sage Karam has got real life experience of running this event, taking part in the 2014 and 2015 Rolex 24 Hours, finishing 6th place in 2016. So another driver, Lorenzo, who's had experience of the high banks of Daytona at night in the Rolex 24, now also running in the simulated iRacing version.
Yeah, and I think that it is an actual thing because it helps, you know, in terms of preparation for this track. It is the updated version of the track. What you see here is close. Oh, talking about Castrolado just coming in close with the core car. The core car just getting a little bit on the diffuser of Castrolado coming out into the oval section, as you guys are seeing them here on the replay. Castrolado just going up for the inside look. He just breaks a little bit later than usual. Couldn't carry as much speed than Corey Jensen, just touching slightly that diffuser, didn't do a lot of damage, but causing a little bit of a scare for the number 23 car. But it is something, like, back to the point, it's something natural. I think that's the natural order. People more involved with some racing the real drivers. I've seen like one couple of players getting laps in this track. I know Augusto Parkers, which is racing, getting laps on the iRacing for this track. So He's more of a natural flow, and he gets to some good practice training with top drivers.
Yeah, and you talk about the iRacing laser scan. Of course, we don't want to be accused of just bigging up iRacing, but I think one of my best stories I've read of 2020 has already happened, Justin, in terms of the iRacing Chili Bowl, and the fact that the Chili Bowl organisers literally went to iRacing to try and figure out what was going on with the Chili Bowl track for 2020, and the fact that iRacing laser scanned all of their tracks, the data was able to provide it to the Chili Bowl in less than 24 hours, and they were able to re-profile what is essentially a temporary circuit indoors thanks to iRacing's data.
Yeah, they had all the reference points for the track and how they set up that circuit from when they scanned the circuit just about a couple of years ago. And in turn, that allowed them to figure out that the racing line was a couple feet off. They had to basically trim it off a little bit and set it up properly to be able to fix the issue. And I think it absolutely did. It's a massive story, yes, in terms of iRacing, in terms of how much these scans can help in terms of real life, not just with racing lines, but with the facilities themselves to figure things out.
Yeah, incredible story, and you can check that out on NASCAR.com, actually. They've got a great video of that one. Have a look at battle for second place in class. Now, I say second place in class, it's because they haven't yet either of them come on towards pit road. And these are two of the teams who are trying their hardest to maximise their fuel and their strategy. I say this because they are already 6 laps better on fuel than Team Redline's GT car leading the way in class. We've got the Prologue React Esport Pink car 32 laps into a stint. However, they have not yet made what will essentially be their 4th pit stop. And then you've got the Williams Sim Esports Solari car. They're only 30 laps into a stint right now. And so there's some interesting things at play. And Prologue React are not going to come on towards pit road this time by. So another lap in the books for them. And Williams Sim Esports Solari also staying out. Although MSI Esports behind, they do just make that journey on towards pit road. Alejandro Sanchez down the lane here, Lorenzo.
There comes Alejandro Sanchez down the line, and let's see if there will be a power stop, but knowing inside their base, the double steam, the pilot and Rosalvo did a double steam, and then Alejandro did a double steam when they started, so it's natural for the Spaniard driver, the Iberian driver, to stay for one more steam car. It is a full Iberian team, this MSR Esports GTE, so they're going to be probably coming, they came down to the lane and just got put fuel in the car.
And the things we talked about earlier on in terms of the all-German lineup that's in the Team Redline GT car, and the same thing applies here to the Iberians, because again they're going to have to deal with the situation that you're going to have 2 drivers having to run through the night, and that, by the way, is a treble stint that they're on right now at MSI Esports, because they didn't take tyres last time around and not taking tyres now. This is a treble stint for MSI Esports.
Yeah, that will be a triple stint for MSI Esports, but I see people saying that the triple stint is actually okay. It doesn't waste a lot of the rubber and lose a lot of pace. So let's see if the third stint will be actually okay for Alejandro Sanchez, because the track conditions actually favor right now. It decreases 1 degree Celsius on the track, and also on ambient as well. It is 21 Celsius, you guys can see on screen. 21 Celsius on ambient, 23 on the track.
Ich muss noch fahren, ich weiß nicht, ob ich die nächste Stint noch fahren muss.
You can correct me on this. Well, I think the humidity has dwindled down a little bit, and wind speed has remained the same.
Ich muss noch fahren, ich weiß nicht, ob ich die nächste Stint noch fahren. Meine Freundin hat so zahlen will, das bleibt nicht noch zu kreischen. Ich will mal die Urgence. Det var late, det var wirklich schlecht.
So this is the interesting one. Of course, they were 33 laps into a stint. We did expect them to be on towards pit road. They are on pit road right now. And here's another interesting thing, Justin. The more 16% double stint, interestingly enough, makes it more viable to treble stint. Because the issue is, with your treble stint, it's about the time that you'd be losing to people who were taking tyres every time around. And that gap would eke out. But if every team starts double stinting, the risk of treble stinting becomes less and less, because the drop off, and we don't want